to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently July 29th. Alright, so lots of movement today. We have a whole bunch of earnings hitting the tape. You have a lot of economic data today as well across the board. So we have lots of things to discuss here in the pre-market. First things first, NVO getting absolutely slaughtered today. It doesn't have earnings, but it's cutting its guidance here, and that's troublesome. I thought it was into a really interesting level to go long. I took some call options for the end of the year, and I'm getting absolutely slaughtered. So not really a good thing. At least it was only a half position, so we have plenty of time to maneuver and add if need be. But NVO definitely coming into a long-term level. I am looking to day trade this, guys, on the long side. So first things first, we have this long weekly support trend line, okay? Going all the way back from your little previous pivot highs here in 2015. It's also intersecting through these two major pivots. So there's a big area there that we're currently trading above. You can see this previous consolidation range, but I still think we can go a little bit lower than that. So the level that we actually hit in the pre-market was all the way down here. We wicked low to about 49 bucks. I have a long level intraday around 50.86. 50.86. Okay. This might be another one since it's a guidance cut. Just like we traded Charter, we might get into some put options off the open and then flip long once we get into this little bit of a longer area. But you can see that it's had a really big bounce off of this lows. Already had a double-digit 11% bounce off the lows, so we might be able to short this one today down to that $51 level, 50.86. That is something that I'm looking to potentially explore. All right, Procter and Gamble. Let's look at PG chart. We're just gonna go through some of these earnings, guys. PG did report earnings, EPS $1.48, beating expectations of $1.42. So Procter right now is gapping up in strength. Revenue for Procter was $20.89 billion, also beating expectations. Nothing really to do there, but a decent earnings report for Procter. Looks like it will potentially continue to move higher. Alright, UNH, another important one for the overall market here. So UNH has been absolutely dusted and slaughtered. Now the earnings report wasn't that bad. It did miss on the EPS side, but it beat on the revenue side. So you can see it report 111.62 billion in revenue, but it estimate was 111.5, so it beat there, but the EPS was a little bit light by about 40 cents. So it was a mixed report from UNH. Nevertheless, UNH is down in the pre-market slightly. You can see you are hitting some near-term support. It's another name that has bounced off of the lows if we simply look at this. UNH did have a nice bounce. Now it's starting to see a little bit more selling. But UNH is another one that is still long-term into a whole host of support. So obviously we are long UNH with some farther dated calls, and I still like that trade. I still have the ability to add to the position if need be, but we'll just have to see how that how that shapes up now. We're right in the November and Jan 16th call options, the 340. So we still got quite a bit of potential to rally to the upside in my opinion. But UNH definitely seeing some downward pressure today, and that's the whole host of the actual healthcare market. Let's look at AZN. AstraZeneca also reported earnings. So AZN reported earnings of $2.1 EP. Wow, huge EPS beat. Forecast was $1.09 for AstraZeneca, came in at $2.17. Then you had the revenue, 14.09, came in at 14.46 billion. So huge beat across the top and bottom line for AZN. That one actually I'm surprised isn't up higher. I don't know what the press conference said, but AZN does look like it could be a potential long, guys. That's a very strong earnings report for AstraZeneca. Huge double beat across the board. Interesting. Alright, let's continue to go through. So Merck is another one that reported. I'm seeing here that it's mixed report. Beat on the EPS, $2.13 versus $2.03 estimate. 15.81 billion in revenue. Forecast was 15.87. You can see that Merck is another name that is still trading in these murky waters down below, and it's really struggling on the lower end of this area. So Merck's not doing too well right now. We'll see if it wants to firm up at some point. But still putting in a stage 1 basing formation on MRK, guys. So we're still seeing some heavy accumulation. I still like it down in these areas. I would continue to add. If we tap this $75 area, I would continue to add to MRK. But not that big of a move to the downside, but nevertheless it is a move down. I still think that this name is going to press into the 90-100 zone come the end of the year. Alright, let's see what else we got moving. Boeing also reported earnings. Boeing EPS projection minus $1.40. It came in as minus 2.4. Revenue forecast was 21.45 billion. Came in at 22.75 billion. Boeing has a double beat across the top and bottom line. So obviously that is a short-term positive for BA. I'm gonna have to grab some more coffee in a minute, but Boeing definitely staging a double beat here. As of now, it is flying to the upside for BA. I mean, it's hard to trade this stock. Let's see what type of looks like Boeing, guys, wants to go for that gap fill. So gap fill is around 248.75. So, you know, there actually might be a day trade long there. It's getting a little extended here on the daily, but it probably will get to that gap fill. So BA definitely staging a double beat. Alright, Spotify, SPOT. Spotify double miss on the EPS and revenue side. So EPS forecast was $2.05. It came in at negative 42 cents, guys. Wow. The revenue was projected to be 4.27. Came in at 4.19. So spot double miss. So that's a pretty nasty fall for Spotify. I think that this name's probably going to go lower, but you can see that Spotify sold off into earnings almost as if investors knew. Obviously, you are coming up into this EMA 113 on the daily chart, and it looks like there's been a whole host of support off of this area. There actually has been. Let me just see where we went in the pre-market. So guys, actually this is a potential top short idea, guys. Spotify for a continuation short. This is a very weak earnings report. I actually like that, guys. I actually like that a lot. I do like that a lot, guys. Keep Spotify on watch. I like Spotify for a bit of a short. That's a nasty report, both on the top and bottom line. I think we can definitely squeeze some liquidity out of this name. Where I could see Spotify trying to sweep, guys, is I could see Spotify at least coming back down to the 630 zone. So we still have about a 24-point move down. Minimum. Okay. We've broken the 50. Yeah, that EMA 113 is going to be the next support level. So Spotify definitely for a short today. You can see it's coming right into that 50% retrace, so a couple different factors there. I do like it. I like it a lot. Alright, so that's definitely a top watch for sure. Alright, Air Liquid also reporting earnings here. So ticker AIQUY. Where is the New York Stock Exchange ticker? I guess I'm not going to trade that. Forgot there's no US ticker there. Alright, what else we got going on here? I'm just looking at all of the morning earnings. We also have a host of afternoon earnings today, guys. So AMT. Ryan's asking about SoFi as well. We'll take a peek at that. We will take a peek at SoFi. AMT, a bit of a real estate name here. Earnings on AMT, a miss on the revenue side. $1.68 estimate came in at 78-cent miss. Revenue beat 2.59 billion. Projection came in at 2.63. So sort of mixed price action there again. Nothing really to do on this name in my opinion. I do think that it's also another one that probably is going to get a pullback into this 213.46, so you could probably get a nice short off of this name. So 214.36 is your target on AMT. That one doesn't look like a bad short idea. So I mean, perhaps there's definitely a scalp short on this name. You can see it's right at the lows. That should go a lot lower, guys. AMT right now also gapping down pretty hard, down a couple percent. So you know what? Not a bad short idea either. Definitely not a bad short idea. Alright, let's keep scrolling through. RCL, Royal Caribbean, reporting earnings. I'm just going from basically your largest market caps down, guys. Another name, RCL, RCL here gapping to the downside. What do we got here? EPS, beat on the EPS 4.38, missed on the revenue side by about 100 mil. Gapping down here. RCL, there's really not much support here on RCL. Wow. There's actually really not a lot of support on RCL. I think that this is another name that probably gets hit to the downside. I don't even know where this one wants to go, to be honest. You know, we're looking at 310, probably before you come into your first fib level. Not the best kind of setup, but definitely one that's probably going to come down. All right, let's look at UPS, another strong name. So UPS earnings have come out as well. $1.55 on the EPS, so it's a miss on the earnings, but a beat on the revenue. So mixed report as well. This stock is gapping down slightly. Does look like UPS probably wants to go to, let's just see here. Good morning, Sarfraz. Good morning. Does look like UPS probably wants to sweep these lows. And I guess the first aggressive long level to trade is to fill this gap. So not a bad area. Right into that gap fill. But a little bit of a miss on its earnings report, at least on the EPS side. All right, let's keep going through here. STCO. STCO, Southern Copper, double beat on STCO. So EPS $1.22, revenue 3.05 billion. Stock right now is just flat. This is actually a healthy report. Reason being is you're above all the key moving averages. You got this very large daily chart inverse head and shoulders for this Southern Copper, and the earnings report really has been pretty good. Pretty good. Now the only thing I don't like, you have two conflicting factors here. You have a dividend that's coming up, but you also have a split. So Southern Copper, I don't know what the split is they're going for. Maybe this is wrong. I don't know why all these splits are here. I'd have to look into that. But nevertheless, a decent report from Southern Copper. Let's keep moving through these charts here, guys. We're just running through some of these morning earnings reports. ECL. Another one that is holding to the downside right now. There might be a trade on ECL, basically a miss on the EPS, $1.89 versus $1.90 expectations. Revenue came in exactly at 4.02 billion as consensus. This name probably wants to go down to your 259, 258. So maybe a little bit of a short setup there on ECL. I'll obviously continue to watch that, but you probably get a sweep of this pivot here into that zone. So keep that name on watch. There might be a short scalp on ECL. There could definitely be a short scalp on ECL. All right, PayPal, PYPL, PayPal, $1.40 EPS. It's a beat. 8.3 billion revenue. It's a beat. Double beat for PayPal, and look what the stock is doing. Coming down fairly hard in the pre-market. Gapping down by about $4 here. So not the best print for for PayPal, obviously the earnings is okay, but the reaction is poor. So we'll see if that name wants to catch a bit of a bounce. Probably your first confluence level, guys, is this 50-day moving average and this EMA 113, which is sitting around 73, just above $73 on PayPal. So this one could potentially catch a bounce off of this area. We'll watch that one. PayPal does have a lot of volume behind it, and a lot of people do like to trade it. So we'll watch PayPal. There is a bit of a support level there on PYPL that I might take a stab at on the long side. All right. All right, let's keep scrolling through some of our earnings here, and then we'll do some of the non-earnings plays. Johnson Controls, JCI, another one that has reported. Johnson Controls EPS beat $1.05, revenue came in line. So Johnson Controls is gapping down right now, but it was a decent report. But you can clearly see that market investors priced in a huge report, and obviously it wasn't really that firm as the market is selling off just slightly here, just slightly. Another big name that has reported is BCS, Barclays, ADR, missing on the revenue side. Huge miss for Barclays on the revenue side. Wow. Forecast was $9.61 billion, coming at 7.2. Revenue though, EPS was a big beat, and you can see the stock popping here. CARR also reporting earnings. 6.1 billion in line expectation on the revenue side, EPS slight beat. Stock is gapping down here. You're really testing the 50-day moving average. Probably get below that. Let's see where they want to send this CARR. CAR probably wants to, guys, sweep this reversal candle. So another name that could potentially be a high short opportunity. CAR looks like it wants to potentially sweep this candle here, this impulse candle, and maybe come into EMA 113. So TP, I'll watch that on a side window. Norfolk Southern, NSC, another name that has reported here. So NSC, a double miss. Well, yeah, double missed. EPS 3.29 versus 3.3. Revenue 3.11 versus 3.13 billion. So that name is starting to come in. That name probably wants to come back down to its gap fill. So NSC probably comes back to fill this gap. Another one that you probably get a nice little short on that name. Let's see where we've headed in the pre-market. Yeah, you can see in the pre-market you already filled that gap. So you know what, guys? That's actually a high value short opportunity, NSC. NSC does look interesting there. See what else we got going on here. Corning GLW reporting earnings. Market cap 47.46 billion. That name did have a double beat across the board on the rev and EPS, gapping up, breaking out to new highs here on GLW. Corning, look at that monster move to the upside. This one's kind of in uncharted waters. Just right off of the hop, what do I see here? Yeah, just right off the hop, you can see that this is your near-term resistance. But again, uncharted waters, so it's really tough to say whether or not we're going to get through that. But that's the only resistance that I see on GLW weekly chart still shows a little bit more upside left in the tank. Daily chart, you're going to have a nice little gap up, a little overbought intraday. So perhaps you can scalp it short, but I think there's better short setups than this GLW, but a nice double beat across the board. Let's look at some of these other real estate names. CBRE reporting a double beat across the rev and EPS. Revenue coming at 9.8 billion versus 9.48 billion. You can see this name is also breaking out into new 52-week highs, new all-time highs as well. So really good report for CBRE, still showing that real estate is doing quite well. All right, what else do we have that's reported earnings? Just looking through here. Stellantis. I know a lot of people like to trade Stellantis here. So STLA. So Stellantis EPS miss by about 55%. Revenue came in a huge beat. Right now, really not too much movement there. PhD, nothing there. All right, SoFi. We're at SoFi now, Ryan. Let's look at SoFi. So, SoFi reported earnings today. EPS 8 cents versus 6 estimate. Revenue 858 million versus 805. SoFi is gapping up here. This is the name that's going to squeeze today. Probably going to catch some revenue, some momentum based off of its earnings report here. SoFi is probably going to push up to about $24. So SoFi is certainly looking very strong, guys. Double beat for SoFi. I wouldn't really short this name here. Another stock that's absolutely been flying to the upside. A little bit of consolidation. Now it's got an earnings momentum double beat to push it even higher. So nothing really to do until SoFi hits, you know, call it 24 bucks. So a name that I've lost money on in recent sessions. But you win some, you lose some. See what else we got going on the earnings front. I'm just looking at some of the other household names. All right, we've pretty much discussed all of the major movers on the earnings front. Again, my top earnings plays, guys, this morning, I have 4 of them. I'm looking at a Spotify short. I'm looking at an NST short. I'm looking at an NVO Novo Nordisk short and a Novo Nordisk long. So we have a couple different levels. Now let's look at some of the usual stocks that are making some really big moves. I was really jealous when I saw this SRPT yesterday, guys. I've been hammering on this name, wanting to get long down here. I thought we were going to get one more little sweep, and then they absolutely monster gap up. Some news hitting SRPT, basically allowing it to continue to sell some of its therapeutic drugs, but nevertheless a monster move. Where's SRP going? You know, I think at minimum probably to this gap here. It's hard to chase stocks when they're moving this sharply to the upside, but you can see it's already filled its gap in the pre-market. So pre-market high is already sitting up above here around this 2387 area. So I think that this name probably gets a bit of a bid off of the open. But again, tough to chase it when it's gapping up this much, but I will look for a retrace, guys. I will look for a retrace. I even had an alert set here. I had 2 alerts, one at 9, you know, so it's a little disappointing that we never ever got to actually trade those. But again, it is what it is. There will be a ton of other opportunities in this market, but huge monster move on SRPT. If it pulls back enough, I will look to potentially trade that on the long side. RGEN showing a little bit of strength here in the pre-market, gapping up by about 10 bucks, up over 8%. Nothing really to do there. Just looking at some of the other high volume. Oh yeah, I didn't touch base on CDNS, guys. Nice print on CDNS. Surfers, I hope excuse me. I hope that you actually took that with me, because our September calls should be rocketing to the upside. So I did issue a trade alert. This was the one earnings play that I did take a gamble into. I did a lot of back-end research on it. Even made a couple videos, and CDNS was one of my most confident earnings plays. I didn't put much size into it, but again, it's probably going to be more than a double on the contracts, and we have plenty of time. So this one could even press, you know, now that you've broken out on earnings, double beat on earnings, showing both top and bottom line growth, and it is its highest growth margin stock in its industry. We can trade 420 target in mind come over the next 6 to 12 months. So there's still a lot of meat on the bone for this particular ticker, but those 360 September 19th calls that we entered should open up quite nicely. Where did CNS actually go in the pre-market? Right at that 360 strike zone. And again, pretty good call so far on CDNS. At least that's a nice little earnings play that is waking up here. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving. So yesterday I was discussing looking and keeping our eye out on biotechs. So I was very tempted to buy XBI, and I still am. I still think there's an interesting chart setup on a lot of these. But EXEL, Exlist, reported earnings. And interestingly, they did beat on the EPS side, but came in light on the revenue side. It is gapping down sharply here. I still think biotechs are shaping up for maybe a bit of a rally. I'm still liking biotechs. XBI, you can still see, is printing some positive price action. This is a very healthy consolidation pattern on XBI. So I do think that there's still a chance we can get a long trade on XBI. Where do I think XBI is going? To about $90 plus, 95, 97. But that's where I think XBI is going to head in the next 6 to 12 months. So I still want to potentially get long some biotechs, but we're just going through a whole host of earnings right now. And you can even see, I mean, with the likes of Merck putting a little bit of a damper on the healthcare industry, UNH also putting a little bit of a dampen on the healthcare industry. But now that UNH earnings are out of the way, this stock could make a nice little recovery. It could make a red to green reversal over the coming weeks. You know, we could see this name start to firm up. So we'll obviously keep UNH on watch. That is a big volume mover. I think from a fundamental standpoint, it still makes sense even with this earnings report. Slight miss on the EPS side, but still posting good revenue. And I still think that that name is going to firm up over the coming months. All right, so SoFi, very active. That name's probably going to press higher off of a squeeze. Sarepta Therapeutics, we'll look for a bit of a long trade on there. UNH coming in. Let's look at some of these other names quickly. We'll go through some of the standard mega caps. So Apple, obviously it triggered that little bit of a bearish hourly inverse head and shoulders pattern. Sorry, head and shoulders pattern yesterday. But it is starting to, let me just go back to the regular session here. Let's turn off some of these indicators. So you can see Apple teetering on this head and shoulders. It triggered it, recaptured it. Basically, you want to give Apple the benefit of the doubt since it's negated this head and shoulders. The big thing we need to watch for now is, do we still get a right shoulder formation? At this point, the head and shoulders has been negated, but we need to watch for still a potential right shoulder formation. Obviously, if Apple starts to break out through these little bit of a pivot zone, then you probably negate that head and shoulders pattern. But Apple right now is slightly positive in the pre-market. Let's look at Meta. We'll flip to Meta's daily chart. So Meta's daily chart right now gapping up slightly, also putting in some meaningful consolidation on the intraday chart. It looks like there's an inverse head and shoulders on Meta's chart setting up. So Meta's obviously gone through a lot of backing and filling, some failed patterns here. You can see on the hourly chart, but it is shaping up for a potential recovery and push back to the highs of these charts. So again, maybe we see some more rotation out of some of these semiconductors, but semis right now are still holding steady. Once again, every single day we wake up, Nvidia keeps printing new all-time highs, guys. Nvidia tapping that 4.31 trillion market cap yesterday, and it's going even higher today. I mean, Nvidia is just a monster that does not want to give up any of the goods. Yet again, new all-time highs on Nvidia. AMD, another monster to the upside, continuing to show some strength. Gapping up here on AMD, trading at 175. I still think that this name should have a hard fall back down to this 161 point of control zone. We really have never... So notice how we came up in a vicious move, back tested that, or got rejected off that volume zone. Then we had a blast off through it. We should have a back test of that area in the coming weeks. But AMD, another name that's still printing to the high side. Let's look at Tessie. Tessie obviously was one of the strong names yesterday. It's doing some backing and filling today. Slightly negative on the session. Down by about 30-40 cents here in the pre-market. Let's see if Tesla wants to just put in a consolidation pattern. I think that Tesla has a chance to still push to the upside. You're getting this flag pattern. Maybe you want to retest this 322 level before you have your next bigger move to the upside. But a nice consolidation pattern right underneath that gap fill. Tesla probably will look to fill the gap in the coming sessions. All right, Google obviously took a bit of a hit yesterday. It did firm up off of the lows with that big S&P 500 and NASDAQ squeeze into the end of the day. But Google has been one of the stronger mega caps as of late. We traded it successfully, but no position right now. I still think Google can push a little bit higher, but it needs to consolidate and digest this recent move. So I still have an upside target around 201. So if Google backtest, call it this 189 zone, guys, I'd probably look to go long Google for a swing trade there. Let's look at Amazon, and then we'll look at some of the more high flyers on the session. We'll obviously touch base on the major indices. So Amazon continuing to show some decent amount of strength here. Let me just clear up some of these words here. Amazon has broken out of this upsloping wedge pattern. You can see how tight this wedge pattern was at the apex, and then you broke out to the upside. So give Amazon the benefit of the doubt. It does look like it wants to grind to the new all-time highs, or at least test this double top gap fill. So probably get a liquidity sweep in the coming sessions of that area, but Amazon's still looking constructive to move higher in my opinion. So we'll see if we get any sort of a dip on Amazon, but as long as you maintain structure above this wide range green bar impulse candle, you probably see continued upside on Amazon. What else do we need to touch base on here? Microsoft, and then we'll run through some other names. So Microsoft obviously was the weak name yesterday. You see this downsloping falling wedge pattern, epic breakout out of the apex, as well as a double bottom pivot zone. That was a key technical level that Microsoft respected. Huge bounce off that level. I mean, going from 510 here to 513 now. What an epic bounce. Now, I still think Microsoft is a little bit weaker. I still think Microsoft probably comes back down to test this level, and then we have a potential head and shoulders that we need to be mindful of on Microsoft. Microsoft is definitely going through some distribution, guys, at this point, but we'll see if this wants to trigger a little bit of a head and shoulders. Obviously, this is still important, the second largest company in the world. Not quite a 4 trillion market cap, but still influential for the overall market, cloud stocks. But can you believe that Microsoft is 500 billion, now even less, 500 billion smaller than Nvidia? It just shows you how crazy Nvidia is just grabbing all of this liquidity. Do I think Nvidia is overvalued? Yes, I absolutely do. Do I think it's a good company? Yes, I do. But the fact that it's just head and shoulders above Microsoft by over half a trillion is just mind-blowingly crazy. Yesterday I was reading an article or a post, I can't remember where I saw it, but Nvidia's market cap yesterday surpassed Amazon and Meta combined. I mean, that is absolutely filthy. Like, to think that Nvidia is bigger than Amazon and Microsoft combined, and you look at the rev that those companies are doing and how big those companies are, it just shows you how large Nvidia's market cap truly is. All right, let's look at Joby for mindfulness meditation. So Joby is potentially, it's an interesting chart here, Joby. Joby's staging what looks to be a bit of a M-top pattern here. You have your left M here, down move, right side of your M. This looks pretty nasty on Joby. Obviously, we'll see if it wants to firm up. Any pattern can be negated, but a nice little bearish reversal yesterday. Joby looks like it's going to come back down at minimum to this pivot, and then we'll see if that M-top pattern triggers. If that M-top pattern triggers, just some simple box analysis dictates that the move of the M-top pattern, you should get a downward move of roughly to this 1250 area. So Joby going through a bit of choppy consolidation. It had every reason to break out of this double top on JOBY, and it failed, just at least in the short term. So I still think Joby is due for some consolidation. You can see the previous week, Joby did print a weekly hanging man candle. That statistically is a very bearish candle in the near term. So I still lean bearish on JOBY, even though it's slightly green on the session today. All right. Okay, let's look at some of the other names. So UNH right now down 5%. SoFi up 10. Palantir. Palantir saw a little bit of sell side pressure yesterday, but bouncing terrifically off of the lows. PLTR is still green on the session. Another name that should be due for a larger pullback. I think that there's a strong chance they keep it buoyant into its earnings report. It probably does boast a good growth rate still, but we'll see if it can get a bit of a dip off of its earnings. But still another name that's very, very extended, showing a lot of divergences across the board. On Semiconductors is one that they just keep buying the dip in full force, guys. So you've had huge dips, big bounces on ticker ON. Another day where ON is just grinding back to the high side. So we took a nice amount of profit on our $60 ON calls, which went deep in the money. We still have the $65 farther strike date on ON. Baba, another positive session for Alibaba I'm seeing here in the pre-market. So that name is still trying to push to the upside for Alibaba. Still very bullish China. On the weekend, you actually had the Chinese AI Artificial Conference, and there's a lot of innovation still out of China, Shanghai, Shenzhen, one of the major cities in China. But nevertheless, China stock had their AI conference, and a lot of companies actually got their robo-taxi licenses. I shouldn't say robo-taxi, but their driverless taxi licenses. I know Baidu was one of them. What's this? Pony AI also got its license. Let's see what this ticker is doing. But Pony AI also one that could potentially start to squeeze to the upside. Let's look at some solar stocks here. Ticker RUN, RUN. Seeing a little bit of positive price action here in the pre-market. Another name that is holding this tight bull flag consolidation. We pared back a little bit of profits yesterday, but nevertheless, I still think that this name can stage a bit of a breakout to the upside, holding very, very bullish structure. Obviously, earnings is coming up around that August 6th time frame, but chart pattern does look very, very decent. All right, let's look at some of your commodities. So Bitcoin, gold, silver, and then we'll quickly touch base on the indices. So Bitcoin's been interesting. A lot of choppy price action, still consolidating, holding this constructive bull flag pattern. But BTC, I still think is going to go lower. Really nothing to do. Big move up, big move down. You're trying to stage an intraday bull flag pattern. I still think Bitcoin's going to see some more sell side pressure. All right, natural gas, and then oil and gold and silver. So Natural gas right now is trading around 314. It's up about 1.3%. Obviously, nat gas is hitting some near-term support as seen by this key trend line. But I still think we're going to stage a bit of a bear flag. We're probably going to spike up to this trend line called 325 and then see a little bit of a dip back to that sub $3 area. Crude oil, I was very close to shorting crude oil yesterday. I'm still interested in shorting crude oil. I'm glad I stayed away from it because you are starting to get a little bit of a continuation. It's up another 0.74%. So maybe crude oil wants to do a 3-bar surge on the daily chart. That could be the next setup on the short side for WTI crude. So we'll see if crude oil wants to give us that short signal. But again, I am looking at a short signal. I was looking at this trend line. Glad I waited. I was seeing some intraday constructive flow on it. And basically that is trying to move up here through this area. So perhaps a 3-bar surge will be the next thing to short on crude oil. We'll continue to watch that. Let's look at gold quickly, silver. So gold at the moment is just holding still this wide range green bar. This is your important candle from June 3rd, guys. Or June 2nd, sorry, I should say. As long as you maintain above that, gold is technically okay. Okay, still in a very healthy constructive pattern. Obviously a multi-day pullback. We'll see if it starts to get a bounce. Silver looked like it was breaking out and going to squeeze to the upside. It got rejected huge off of this upsloping trend line. But nevertheless, I still have a higher price target on silver, call it $40 to $41. I do think silver catches a bit of a boost there. Let's look at the DXY and then we'll quickly discuss the indices. Look at the Dixie, guys. Another day where the Dixie is triggering and confirming this inverse head and shoulders. I mean, that's a strong technical breakout for the US dollar. I'd be very surprised if these markets don't see more downside price action. But again, the S&P and NASDAQ have been absolutely ferociously strong, and it's really coming on the back of NVIDIA keeping this market propelled and semiconductors keeping this market firm to the upside, all right? So it's been an absolute monster. Let's quickly discuss the S&P 500. So we'll go to the daily. Obviously, the daily chart is very extended. We'll just focus on some intraday price levels here. So the S&P 500 intraday is still trading inside of this large upsloping wedge pattern, guys. Obviously, this chart is extended. It's showing negative divergences, but yet again, another new all-time high on the S&P 500. So what does that mean? Today, I'm looking at shorts, S&P 500 puts again. Yesterday, we were able to trade the IWM 0DTEs successfully. I know a couple of you also caught the S&P 500 short that we called out. So another day off of a gap up where I'm looking to short and fade this market. The level that I have on the S&P 500 is 638.56. In the pre-market, we did go a little bit higher than that, so we'll obviously continue to watch that pre-market high level. But we broke down from that upsloping wedge pattern yesterday, and now you're right back in it. So another strong session for the major indices here. If we look at the IWM, IWM is also trying to hold bullish structure back above this key inverse head and shoulders neckline. This is your key neckline that the IWM is trying to recapture here. And it does look like the IWM wants to continue to push a little bit higher. It's targeting this gap fill. We'll watch off of the first hourly candle whether or not this is just a liquidity sweep. If you get a close above this hourly candle, guys, or even a 15-minute close above this hourly candle, then that should throw the probability statistically in a very, very bullish favor of the IWM. So continue to watch this hourly candle. I'll draw this trend line here, but that's going to be a big level. Any sort of a 15-minute close above this or even an hourly close would be a very bullish signal in the short term, and it likely means you're going to push for this 227 target that I have. Okay. All right, so again, I'm looking at a Spotify, guys, short, SPOT. These are my top call outs of the session. I have 3 tickers, 4 trade setups that I'm watching. Let me grab some coffee and then we'll quickly discuss these trade setups with you before the market opens. So discussing the trade setups. First things first, Spotify. I am looking at a short on SPOT. So a couple reasons why I'm looking for a short on Spotify. They obviously did report their earnings. Let me just find them here. And they did a double miss both on the EPS and the rev side. So I'm looking at Spotify to at minimum test this EMA here around 638. But I think we're going to come down to try to sweep this liquidity here. I think we're going to sweep this impulse candle. So Spotify does look like a high probable short setup. So let me pull up the chain really quickly. So I'm probably going to look at getting into, let's pull things up really quickly here. Definitely going to look at some put options on Spotify, guys. So Spotify, let me just pull up this chain and see what we got going on here. We'll see how it opens. We'll have plenty of time to trade this. There's probably going to be a mini bounce. I'm looking for a mini bounce on Spotify and then a short entry. So if we get a bounce back up to, call it 655 or even a little less, I'd consider entering some put options. Aggressively, probably buy 650 puts, end of week. Just want to see what they're priced at though. So August 1st, 650 puts are about 975 from yesterday. 630 puts, guys, are very aggressive. I might even look at 640 puts on Spotify. I'm probably going to look at 640 puts on Spotify, guys. Okay? End of week. End of week. This is a trade setup. We also have NSC that I like on the short side, guys. NSC that I do like on the short side. I think that we can short NSC into this gap fill. It did hit the gap fill in the pre-market. So NSC, call it 270 puts, end of week, probably will pay. That's another setup. And then NVO, gapping down quite sharply, guys. This ticker is just getting absolutely pummeled here to the downside. And I have two. I have a short trade and a long trade on NVO, guys. So one short, one long. I do like it quite a bit. So I think NVO is going to retest $51. That's where I think this name is going. And right now you can see it's trading at 54. Okay. So put options to the $51 level look very good. And then obviously a bounce level is definitely $51. Alright, we're going to split this screen so we can see how SPY opens up. I'll keep Spotify window open here as well. Few seconds here till the open, guys. You can see SPY 0DT puts will probably wake up. Markets are open, guys. Markets are open. SPY just tapped that short level, guys. SPY did tap that short level. You can see Spotify trying to bounce here, guys. That was the bounce on Spotify, guys. AMD still holding steady. Spotify's coming in. Spotify, S&P pushing here, Nvidia pushing, Microsoft still friggin' ferocious. CDNS is pushing, IWM starting to come in, guys. IWM starting to come in. Again, SPY could now potentially, this is a short level on SPY. Spotify getting absolutely pummeled here. Wow. AMD is just a monster, back up 1.75%. Cadence System, guys, hitting 362. Our 360 September 19th call is in the money. That's absolutely printing. Percent on that CDNS call. Spotify still seeing some sell side. S&P still seeing Tesla struggling here. That's negative on the session. Eli Lilly still falling sharply. Look at Spotify dump, guys. Anyone that took Spotify off the open, I missed it. That was the A+ setup. My oh my, what a nasty move down. That was filthy. Nova Nordisk, SoFi pumping. SoFi hitting 24, guys. That was the level. 24 bucks on SoFi was the short level. Wow, this market's just absolutely crushing. Look at SoFi hitting target, guys. Oh my goodness, SoFi is coming up into target. It's going to sweep that area. Let's look at NSC. NSC should be a short as well, guys. NSC should be a short. Novo Nordisk should also be a little bit of a continuation short. Let's see what else we got. NVO, UNH still down 6%. Semiconductors are still ripping here to the upside. SoFi still up 18% on the session. Wow. This NVO should go a little bit lower. Let's see what we can get on NVO. AMD is still a monster. Pretty crazy. I'm looking at getting into $55 puts for NVO. $55 puts here for NVO. Alright, I just took a starter position on NVO, guys. $55 puts. Filled at 2. Got filled at 210, guys. NVO puts. So $55 put in NVO, guys. Half position. Filled at 210. Wow. Amazing strength in semiconductors, still absolutely printing to the high side. AMD squeezing up 2.6%. IWM struggling a little bit more. Again, SPY is into a short level, guys. Semiconductors still holding steady. JetBlue doing well. SoFi still up 16%. Open is down 6.4. We got a lot of data coming out this morning. Whoops. SPY pushing right back up here. You can get a better fill than me on this NVO short. Again, it's down 20%, so it's not the most logical thing to do is to not short this. It could have a huge bounce in our face. Obviously, the market is still trying to firm up here. CD&S, guys, up 9%. Those 360 calls are absolutely flying. Good to see. UNH still down 5% on the session. SRPT up 23. Nvidia printing a new high there. You can see the S&P still holding steady. NASDAQ still outperforming everything right now. QQQ up 0.65%, guys. Let me turn on my opening range here. Come on, Novo Nordisk. Drop it down. SPY still holding steady. If you're looking to get into some put options on SPY, it's not a bad area, guys. Not a bad area. Markets are definitely... I'm seeing the IWM breaking down here. That's trying to do a liquidity grab. Max upside case for SPY is around 639 today. Tesla struggling a little bit. Come on, Novo Nordisk, come on down. So Spotify was an epic trade off of the open. And I called out. I never even got filled. Happened so quickly, but we're moving on to our second setup, which is Novo Nordisk short. Trying to chase the downside momentum. NCS, guys, Norfolk Southern is another name that should come in. SoFi still a monster, tapping that $24 level on SOFI. I mean, what a beast on SoFi. AMD still up 2.5. JetBlue, Fubo pumping here, guys. Look at SoFi. SoFi should see some pretty decent profit taking off of this area, guys. If you're wanting to short SoFi, above 24 is a really good opportunity in my opinion. Nvidia is still holding strength. Tesla down 1.21% here. Come on, Novo Nordisk, come on down. AMD is still a beast. SoFi coming in a little bit here. Meta's about to go negative. Again, so I'm short NVO, guys. I'm short NVO. Still trying to hold steady. Nvidia is still holding the majority of its strength. IWM still seeing. Alright guys, I'm considering taking a short on SPY here. I'm going to look at 638 0DTE puts. NVO is still trying to move up. IWM is printing a new low there. AMD still a beast. Joby coming in. They are trying to pump this NVO. IWM really pushing hard, guys, to the downside on IWM. Semiconductors still holding this market higher. If they start to give up any of the goods, we'll see. We will see, guys. If semis want to give up any of these goods. Big drop there on SPY, guys. Big drop on SPY. SoFi coming in. UNH still struggling. CDNS, guys. That trade is working out quite well. I am going to take some profits, guys, on CDNS. Probably just going to liquidate my whole entire position. It's only one contract, but... CDNS. I did take profits on my CDNS call, trading it from $7.30 to $18.20. Nice trade on the CDNS Lotto. No, Starfrares, I missed the short as well. I did not get in, but that was a very good candle down. 638 puts. I was looking at them, they were 71 cents. They've definitely shot up since. But if you got that, I mean, this market could go negative. These semiconductors just don't want to give up anything right now. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. These valuations that they're yielding. I mean, I know everyone's hyped up and they're good companies and there's certainly a spot for chips and demand. But I mean, wow, just to think how in 4 months Nvidia's added 2 trillion. Nvidia's bigger than Amazon and Meta combined. Like, what? Crazy. Apple's negative, Amazon's negative, Tesla's negative, Meta's about to go, Google's about to go. Really, your only things that are strong are Nvidia, Microsoft, and your semis, guys. So we banked 148% profit on CDNS, guys. 148% profit on CDNS. Still seeing this Novo Nordisk trying to firm up. SPY coming in though, a little bit more. UNH still down 5.3%, guys. AMD up 3. CNI up 1.5. Palantir still green. CRM green. PEG green. On semiconductor still holding steady. Solar stocks are under a bit of pressure. TDOC is under pressure. Merck still down 7.73%. Let's look at UNH down here. AMD is a monster, still trying to push here. So UNH has received a pretty big bounce off of these lows. UNH is trying to firm up at these lows here. Getting pretty decently oversold intraday on UNH. IWM seeing a little bit more selling. S&P 500 seeing some selling. But your strength in semiconductors is still holding true. A lot of red on the screen starting to appear, guys. A lot of red on the screen. Can they take AMD negative? Is this a blow off top in AMD? I mean, if you're wanting to short AMD here, it's absolutely ripped my face off. But it looks like this is a blow off top on AMD. I mean, just absolutely crazy some of this strength. Look at that move on AMD. So extended intraday daily chart. Tesla knifing lower, guys. Tesla is knifing lower. Wow, ZOOZ down 41%. That's crazy. Fubo printing to the high side. Let's look at Fubo. Hood is struggling right now too. Fubo's ripping here. Wow. SPY still struggling quite immensely. Let's look at SoFi again. So again, right now I'm trading this NVO. I still think we're going to go lower on NVO. SoFi still so extended. This could be a blow-off top move on SoFi. A lot of charts have these blow-off top moves. I wouldn't be surprised if this market gaps and cracks. That's kind of what we're seeing here. Let's see if we want to short SoFi. I'm gonna take an aggressive short on SoFi. $23 puts, guys. $23 puts on SoFi. Filled at 23 cents. So I'm short NVO and SoFi here. SPY is starting to come in. SPY is starting to come in quite nicely here. So I bought the August 1st $23 puts on SoFi, guys. NVO not really cooperating. SPY still dripping a little bit lower here. Nvidia is starting to come in. Joby coming in. PayPal down sharply, down by 6%. UNH still down 5%. Uber taking a little bit of a chin. There's a big bounce in the S&P. Again, SoFi is very risky, guys. It's very risky. Still waiting on NVO and SoFi to drop here. And I'm in $55 August 1st puts on NVO. Down slightly on that. SoFi, we're basically flat. SPY right now catching a really big bid. IWM catching a big bid. That CDNS is up 10%, guys. Beautiful trade. Nvidia is still strong. AMD still a monster. Apple's getting slaughtered, down 0.76%. Google's negative, Amazon's negative, Meta's negative, Tesla's negative, Netflix is negative, guys. But the markets are still green. Why? Because of semiconductor strength just holding this market by the scruff of its neck. You can't take the S&P down. You can't take the NASDAQ down. That's what semiconductors are saying. This market is in full-blown absolute consolidation. The liquidity is so concentrated in this market. It is mind-blowingly crazy as to how much liquidity is flowing into these semiconductors. Everything today is getting thrown out except for your semis. I mean, Netflix, Tesla, Amazon, Meta, Google, Apple. Who needs anything else? Sareptic Therapeutics still going through a little bit of backing and filling here. That name does look like it's probably going to try to push higher. I would consider a long, guys, at this 1623 on SRPT. This EMA 113 on the hourly chart. So I would consider a long there. I've just set an alert. We'll watch that name. Come on, NVO. Take us to the new lows of the session, guys. NVO. Come on. This was a top short idea. Let's see if we can print on our pre-market analysis. Come on. Take us back down to the lows of the session. The S&P 500 still bouncing. IWM not really bouncing. We do have some data coming out a little bit later as well, guys. We have some data at 10 a.m. Jolts data, consumer confidence data. So just be mindful of that. AMD printing another new high. Insane strength in AMD. S&P 500 trying to go back to its prior day high, which is at 638.04. You can see SPY bouncing quite nicely, but I still think that we should go negative on the S&P 500. It's just a matter of how much squeezing does AMD and Nvidia want to do today. IWM almost going negative, guys. The IWM is getting absolutely wasted here. IWM is getting wasted. SoFi still up 15.94%. Tesla dripping a little bit lower. PayPal down 7. QuantumScape down 8. Intel's negative. JetBlue doing well today. Nvidia still up 1.2. Novo Nordisk down 20. Roblox dripping lower here. Hood is down 1.18%. Palantir's about to go negative, guys. So you're seeing a lot of distribution, but the things that aren't selling are your AMD and Nvidia and Mr. Softy up 0.5% right now. Tesla down 1.7%. Everything is selling off here except for your semis, guys. Except for your semis. IWM is about to go negative, guys. The IWM is about to go negative. SoFi still holding technical structure. Novo Nordisk trying to hold that $55 level. AMD still printing new highs. S&P 500 catching another big bid due to semiconductor strength. SoFi still just chopping above this $24 level. Wow, AMD's testing 180. It is ripping here. Still, you have the majority of mega caps negative on this session. Tesla trying to hold steady at these lows. Tesla is hitting some hourly chart support. Your EMA 113. It's now gone through 5 hours of consecutive selling on Tesla. You are trying to hold a bit of support. Come on, SoFi, drip it a little bit lower. SPY, this is a back test of your opening range. It is an aggressive short zone on SPY, guys. Prior day high, opening range low. IWM still looking a little bit weaker on the session. If you're wanting to get into some SPY 0 DTEs, this is the level here. I would do a half position in the event that they try to sweep this high pivot. AMD is just rocketing to the upside here, guys. Crazy. 10 a.m. data in 2 minutes. We got a lot of data coming out, guys. So I'm going to wait. If SPY spikes, guys, on this data, I'm going to short it into 638 0 DTEs again. We got consumer confidence. And we got Jolts data coming out here. Get ready. So again, if SPY spikes to this opening range high, I'm going to look for 638 0 DTEs, guys. Let's see what we get here. Dixie right now up by about 0.3%. Yields are soft, both on the short and long end. What are we going to get here? Let's see what we got. Data coming, incoming. 10 seconds. Here we go. SPY's trying to push here. We got jolts. U.S. job openings fall to 7.437 million in June. Jolts data coming in. Employment market still holding steady. Right now, yields are still dropping on the long end of the curve. The Dixie's not really making a movement here. So far, the markets are selling into it. SPY trying to come in a little bit. Semis are still strong. Dixie still holding steady. 10 and 2-year yield are falling a little bit more here. Still down 0.7%. Dow Jones Industrial Averages negative. Yield, 10-year yield falling a little bit more now, guys. Dixie still trying to curl slightly to the upside. IWM staying flat. S&P kind of staying flat here. No big movement yet. No big movement. AMD printing 180.41, just an absolute monster. Nat gas is pumping. Oil up 1%. SPY still green. Qs are up 0.39. IWM and SPY are neck and neck right now. Alright, AMD is starting to print a little bit of sell side pressure off that 180 level. This is where SPY could come in. AMD's been kind of leading the semis higher here with NVIDIA. So keep a window open on AMD. That's an important one to watch. Again, SPY puts are high probable setup here. And if you get a close above this prior day high on the 5-minute chart, that's simply your stop loss. AMD seeing a little bit. Tesla's trying to hold steady here, but Tesla's looking fairly weak on the intraday chart. You are hitting hourly chart support on Tesla. U.S. job openings are below the forecast. The number of job openings in the U.S. fell by 275,000 to 7.43 million in June, below market expectations of 7.55 million. Number of job openings decreased in accommodation and food services, healthcare and social assistance, and finance and insurance. The number of job openings increased in retail trade, 190,000. Information and state and local government. Of course it increased in government. They're the only ones that never run a deficit and are always expanding. Alright, so SPY just holding steady here. SoFi holding steady. AMD is still a beast here. Alright guys, I'm going to take a high risk short setup here on SPY. 637 0 DTEs. 637 0 DTEs, guys. Filled at 50 cents, guys. Filled at 50 cents. SPY short. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to manage a stop loss above this high wick here. That is my stop. I short SPY in the 637 zeros. Look at that dump. My average is sitting at 50 cents, guys. Come on down, SPY. Give us a little bit more. AMD, NVIDIA seeing a little bit. Joby printing a new low of day. Tesla going for a new low of day. WTI crude still up about 1%. Nat gas up 2.5%. All indices are green still. Yields have softened, but that Dixie, guys, that Dixie chart is starting to push to the high side here. After a nice little dip, it is starting to reverse back higher here. So the Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a move. These markets should gap and crack today, but we'll see if they want to keep it strong into the morning session. That's what they've been doing lately, is they've really been keeping this market firm. SoFi still up 15%. Monster mover. AMD coming in a little bit more now, guys. Come on. Nvidia seeing some selling. Tesla new lows. Lucid down 7%. AMD still up 3%. Fubo up 12.89%. Intel's negative. QS down 11.2%. BMNR. Crypto down 10.5%. UNH is catching a nice stick, guys. That's trying to climb off of the lows. Still down 3.9%. So right now we are short SoFi, $23 risky, very risky and aggressive puts. Expiring end of the week. We are short SPY, 637, 0 DTEs, and we're short Novo Nordisk. SoFi, SPY are trying to work out here, but Novo Nordisk is still holding at that $55 level for the time being. I did take profits on my CDNS, guys. That was a nice little lotto earnings trade that we took. 360 calls, absolutely printed. Over 140% on that trade. I hope Surfers, did you end up taking that with me? I hope you did. I know you asked about it yesterday in the afternoon. I hope you did. Alright, SoFi coming down here, guys. SPY dripping a little bit lower. Nvidia is still strong. Bitcoin going negative, guys. BTC flat now. Looks like BTC is going to go negative. SoFi trying to drip. S&P catching a bit of a bid here. Come on, SoFi, test that opening range low again. Big bid back higher. Just crazy, unrelenting strength in the S&P 500 here, guys. They just want to keep buying this dip at every turn here. Dow Jones is negative. Bitcoin's negative. Yields are negative. VIX is negative. Majority of your mega caps are negative, guys, on the session. Netflix absolutely under a lot of pressure yet again on Netflix, guys. We're up just over 6% on our Netflix short. China stocks have fallen here. Geez, that Silver Juniors minor didn't work out. Crazy, crazy. Solar stocks going back to the negative side. AMD still trying to push higher here. SPY still holding steady. Come on, gap and crack this market, SPY. You know you want to. Dow Jones Industrial Average is negative. Apple still negative. Amazon down 0.44. Meta down 0.5%. Tesla down 1.69. SoFi trying to push up here. Spotify still near the lows of its session. NSC coming down a little bit. SoFi trying to push up here, along with the S&P. IWM still holding up 0.22%, trying to bounce here on the Russell. Tesla now down 1.8%, dripping to the lows. Now gas is squeezing. That's up 2.45. IWM catching a really big stick to the upside. SPY's pumping here. SPY is trying to make a move higher. AMD still trending to the upside. Still unwavering strength in AMD. SoFi still trying to push higher. Nvidia coming in, still up 1% on the session. Big bounce in the IWM. Fubo still ripping. SoFi still up 16. Wow. Hood is down 0.85. Roblox, Palantir still negative on the session. Typically when you see those stocks negative, guys, Palantir, Hood, Roblox, the markets sell. They've been your strong horses on the session. They have been your strong horses on the session. NVO seeing a little bit of selling here. Take our $55 puts down. Come on. This name should give us more downside. AMD still a beast. SoFi still a beast. S&P 500 still trying to surge here. Testing that opening range low again. Prior day high, below your prior day high. Markets are still seeing some liquidity inflows. People trying to buy the dip here. UNH still down 4.1% on the session. Google's pushing, that's green on the session at 0.44%. So that could help lift Meta in the near term. Google's getting a really big push. Apple's still struggling, Amazon's still struggling, Meta's still struggling, Tesla's struggling, Microsoft holding steady. Come on, take us to the lower gap fill, SPY. Take us down. SoFi still holding steady. Financials are okay this morning. Nvidia's dripping here, guys. So Nvidia's starting to see a little bit more harder selling intraday. So Nvidia's coming out. So let's see if Nvidia wants to go negative today, fill its gap. AMD is just an absolute monster. That's continuing to see some strength. Let's look at your semiconductors, SOXX. That looks like a little blow off 5-minute candle there on SOXX. Nvidia falling a little bit more now. Prior day high on Nvidia is at 177. That'll be your near-term support. S&P 500 catching a bid here as Nvidia is falling, so you're getting a little bit more participation from other mega cap names. Apple, Meta, trying to firm up. Tesla still dripping to the lows here, guys. Down 1.93% on Tesla. Crazy, crazy, crazy. SPY still hugging that opening range low. It is trying to push through it. SoFi still trying to make a move higher. SPY still trying to trend. Nvidia catching a minor bounce. Tessie's trying to bounce here at 319, 320. But looking fairly weak still on the session. Nvidia still up 1%. SPY trying to push higher. Testing that prior day high on SPY. IWM's catching a nice stick to the upside. Big rejection there on SPY off of that prior day high, guys. Really big rejection off of PDH. SoFi still printing to the upside. Joby still down slightly, but trying to bounce a little bit. SoFi still trying to print. Meta still trying to push higher here. Apple down 0.5%. Microsoft is taking a bit of a breather, so you're seeing Microsoft coming in a little bit. All indices are still green. Qs are leading the charge to the upside, up $2, 0.37%. You have the IWM, second place, up 0.25%. SPY is lagging the market. You have some Dow Jones Industrial components lagging today. Again, if we look at some of these S&P 500 sectors, you're going to see your Dow Jones transports are lagging, industrials are lagging, materials, communications, industrials, healthcare, and consumer discretionary lagging. Where's your strength being observed today? Tech outperforming, utilities outperforming, which is kind of a counterintuitive trade. Usually when utilities are outperforming, that's a bit of a near-term distribution sign in the markets. SPY, come on down, SPY. Take these 637 zeros in the money. Nvidia seeing a little bit more distribution here, guys. Nvidia is seeing some distribution. UNH, guys, is trying to perk up here off of the lows. Big buy program in UNH. Big buy program in UNH coming into play. Potentially a little bit of a red to green reversal on healthcare stocks. Maybe, just maybe there might be. Merck still struggling a little bit. SMCI still holding steady. PayPal down 7.93%. Nasty breakdown on PayPal. It is into some daily chart support here. If it doesn't hold this level, this $72 level, PayPal is going sub 67 bucks, guys. UNH is making a nice push here. Tesla trying to be defended. Nvidia seeing a little bit more distribution. SPY still holding steady here. Novo Nordisk trying to make a push higher. Guys, I just added to my Novo Nordisk puts. At $1.69. So I have a full position. My $55 August 1st put on NVO. AMD still trying to push. SPY still trying to push. SPY right back to that opening range. Nvidia curling slightly lower here, guys. Tesla's trying to firm up. SPY is still holding technical structure, but below that opening range. We do have a stop loss in place, 3-minute close. Not really seeing any longs yet in this market. Everything has had an absolutely monumental push. Really the only long that I'm looking at is UNH here. Looks like it's going for a potential move to its gap. The other name that I'd consider long is PayPal off of these lows. Maybe Spotify if it goes a little bit lower, gives us a new low. But we are still seeing semiconductor strength. SPY coming lower here. We're riding the 637.0 DTEs, guys. Looking for a bigger shift lower on the S&P 500 here. Come on, give it to us. IWM dripping. Nvidia coming a little bit lower. SoFi still strong, guys. Google coming in a little bit harder now. Crude oil is still a monster, up 1.1%. Nat gas strong. There's a bigger dip in the S&P 500, guys. We are seeing nice drop. Come on, take these 637 zeros in the money, guys. So basically, my profit target on SPY, guys, is I trim half of my 637 zeros if they get in the money. Okay? If 637 SPY puts tap 637, I'll trim half, move, stop, and break even. UNH coming in, IWM coming in a little bit. SPY still trying to hold steady here, guys. I mean, it's still showing some unwavering strength here. Pretty crazy, but this could be a 5-minute chart bear flag right underneath your opening range low. You're underneath that prior day high, so let's see if they can drop SPY here. Come on. They just don't like this. They don't like to pay people in the morning session if you're shorting this market. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Nvidia is still under a little bit of pressure. Amazon down 0.59. Meta's still negative, but firmed up off of the lows. There's a big punch through here on SPY. Trying to recapture this opening range. Buy the dippers are coming in full force. Starbucks down 1%. Netflix still down 0.5%. Bitcoin still slightly green. What's that Dixie doing? Gold is flat on the session today. Dixie still trading at 98.9, up 0.32%. Still quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market, but yet again, S&P 500 holding steady, NASDAQ holding steady because of a handful of stocks. The concentration in this market is so saturated, guys. There's so much saturation in this market. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nvidia catching a little bit of a buy program. AMD trying to go for new highs on AMD. My oh my, what an absolute monster. Man, it would not surprise me if AMD went negative today. I mean, this move on AMD is crazy. Huge extension move to the upside. My oh my. SRPT still up 24.89%. Fubo has pulled in from the highs. That was up double digits. Now it's only up 7%. Novo Nordisk still down 20% on the tape. SMCI having another good day, up 2.3. JetBlue's pulled in from the highs. Tesla looks like a bear flag on the 10-minute intraday chart. Alibaba has briefly gone negative. Seeing a little bit of accumulation in your utilities and staples, so I am seeing some capital potentially starting to move to more of your defensive sector, guys. Utilities and staples are catching a little bit of a minor bid here, which should be a little bit of caution to the wind for this trading session. One of the reasons why I'm picking shorts in this market is I am seeing capital slowly rotating into defensive sectors. And obviously the markets are still extended beyond belief. I mean, any sort of a down move in these semiconductors should just absolutely destroy these markets. You know, people just don't want to liquidate their semiconductor positions, but I think that they're so extended and long in the teeth here that, I don't know, I can't be buying semis up here yet. Even though the stocks does point to higher price, there's just, these valuations have been stretched very quickly, very quickly. Nvidia larger than Amazon and Meta combined, mind-blowing. Nvidia larger, 500 billion larger than Microsoft, 500 billion larger than Microsoft. Not many companies in the S&P 500 are 500 billion market cap. Dell looking toppy to you today. Let's take a peek at Dell. Haven't looked at it. I know I've seen a lot of action on FinTwit with Dell being bullish, kind of along the lines of, let's see here though. All right, so our puts are printing on SPY, guys. Our puts are printing on SPY, guys. Come on, break that 637.50 level and the contract structure should change drastically. Honestly, Dell's hitting my upside target. You can see here 136. It's still a strong chart. I mean, it's not a flat out short in my opinion yet. It could still go a little bit higher, Dell. But obviously if the market comes in, this is going to trade with the market. But Dell's not technically at my short level yet. It's just shy of it. But I still think that if the market comes in, this name can obviously have a couple percent pullback. But Dell should push for 140. And then that's your bigger swing trade level, guys. Alright? Alright, SPY puts are absolutely printing here, guys. We're still trying to see a bounce off that trend line. We just need SoFi and Novo Nordisk to cooperate. SoFi $23 puts are starting to wake up, guys. I want to see AMD and Nvidia go negative here. No problem, APK. No problem. Come on, SoFi. Drop it lower. SPY, drop it lower. You can see SPY struggling at that opening range, guys. SPY is really struggling at that opening range candle. Potential bear flag, lowercase h pattern on SPY. And again, this little bit of a gap up move, I think, is a huge liquidity grab by institutions yet again. They are saturating this market strength through semiconductors. That's literally what we're seeing today. And don't be surprised if SPY wants to head back inside this channel that we chopped in yesterday. That would not surprise me. But for the time being, SPY still holding steady. Trying to get another little bit off of that upsloping wedge pattern. Let's take a peek at NVO. I still think NVO has a chance of going back down to the lows of the session. Basically, if NVO gets a 10-minute close above this 55 opening range high, I'd have to stop out of the trade for a loss. But right now, we're shorting the high of the range. I think it will come down for us. My average on NVO is sitting at $1.89 on the $55 puts. So I'm down slightly. But we have obviously till the end of the week. SoFi. Got a few contracts for the end of the week short. $23 puts. SPY, look at that bounce on SPY. Just an unbelievable move back higher here, guys. Crude oil still pumping to the high side. Crude is still acting very, very well. Tesla briefly printed a new low of day, trying to see some bottom wick liquidity off of this S&P 500 bounce. SoFi dripping a little bit lower. UNH still down 4.2% on the session. Hood is down 1%. Meta down 0.32, guys. Apple's down by 0.5%. NVO starting to fall here a little bit. Novo Nordisk, come on. Take Novo Nordisk to a low of day, guys. again, I think there's a lot of meat on this bone for this Novo Nordisk. You've had your day trade bounce occurred in the morning session here, your high volume bounce. Funds are likely going to have to continue to sell this all day long here on Novo because it has breached some volatility ranges to the downside. All right, so Novo Nordisk, I think, is still going to try to take out the low of day. This is going to sweep this high volume liquidity, in my opinion. You're riding those $55 puts. All right, SPY, come on down, SPY. 10-minute chart bear flag on the IWM. SPY still looking a little bit weak under its opening range low. Tesla is still struggling here. SoFi still 15.65%. Blow off top on SoFi, I think, today. Blow off top on AMD today, I think. But people are chasing the semiconductor theme to the upside. Absolutely extraordinary valuations here in some of these semiconductors. Novo Nordisk, come on, print it to the low side. SPY still trying to hold steady here, guys. We really haven't had that big of a move on SPY. You're kind of slightly off of the highs, but slightly off of the lows here. Nvidia trying to bounce here. IWM trying to bounce. Let's see Microsoft on my other. Microsoft is seeing some selling, guys. MSFT seeing some selling here. SPY is underperforming. Down only up 0.12%. It's your weakest indice on the session out of the big three. It is your weakest indice on the session. Birkenstock's trying to make a bullish reversal, guys. BIRK basically up 1.72, outperforming the market right now. Bouncing off of your EMA 113. Bitcoin's slightly green. Slightly green on BTC. IWM getting another little bid here. PayPal still struggling. SoFi catching another bid. Come on, SPY. Don't just pin SPY in a range. Either stop me out of the trade or loss, or give us a big dump. You know, the worst thing about this is just the state of burn, sideways chop. Come on. And again, we have a whole host more data this week. Tomorrow is a crazy day, guys. Tomorrow's price action in terms of economic data is just mind-blowing. There is so much going on tomorrow. It's probably going to make your head spin. So tomorrow, guys, Wednesday, obviously we have Jerome Powell, FOMC, interest rate decision, and meeting. Make sure you have some dry capital for that event. We will be trading it live here. But in the morning, you have ADP non-farm payrolls, GDP Q2, Bank of Canada rate decision. It's very rare to have the FOMC and Bank of Canada rate decision together. And right now, that's very interesting, the FOMC and Bank of Canada rate decision together, because you're obviously seeing this trade war between Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, and Trump, President of the United States. So bank policy right now is, I think there's a lot of uncertainty, at least in Canada. And right now, Trump is obviously kicking Canada's ass. I mean, Canada doesn't have much of a leg to stand on. But nevertheless, Bank of Canada rate decision and the FOMC rate decision on the same day. That's very interesting. You have pending home sales tomorrow. You have crude oil inventory. So there's a crazy amount of data that's occurring tomorrow that could make this market very, very volatile. All right, guys, SPY is looking for another trip lower here. We're up about 5-6 cents on these puts, still looking for more. Novo Nordisk, SoFi selling. All right, we're heading, all three of our trades are heading in the right direction here, guys. We are short in 3 different positions here. Come on, keep falling. Keep falling, SPY. Take these puts in the money. Again, SPY puts, guys. I'm looking for 637 tap to trim half of my SPY puts. All right. SoFi dripping, Novo Nordisk dripping, AMD still printing, Tesla trying to catch a little bit of a push here. PayPal getting demolished, still down 8.83%, dripping lower on PYPL, violating some key daily chart levels. You're piercing your 50-day moving average on PayPal. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Apple getting absolutely destroyed. Someone's taking a bite out of this behemoth. Look at that. Apple down 0.71%. Also a bit of a bear flag lowercase h pattern. Google pulling off of the highs. Tesla trying to bounce off of the lows here. Amazon down 0.5%. Let's look at AMZN. Trying to go lower on Amazon. Look at that filthy reversal on Amazon. That is a thing of beauty. If you were short off of that level, that is filthy. Microsoft trying to bounce off of a key trend line here, trying to firm up. Nvidia curling back to the high side. AMD going for another high of day print. My oh my, semiconductors are still keeping this market absolutely firm. It is crazy. NVO, guys, still trying to drip lower again. I still think NVO is going for the low of day. IWM bear flag looks like it's about to trigger, guys. IWM is looking very, very weak. Would not surprise me to see this go negative. Nasty little bear flag forming on the IWM. AMD just printed a new high of day there. As SPY's dripping, semis are still trying to punch to the high side. Wow, up 4.28% on AMD. That is filthy. Open, OPEN, down 11.75%, guys. Wow. Come on, SPY puts. SoFi puts and SPY puts. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. SPY should give us a new low of day here, guys. Come on. We could see a really big knife down. We've bounced off of this level once. Now we're knifing through it. Come on. Give it. Give it to us. Take us lower. Novo Nordisk, guys, printing to the downside. NVO is falling sharply here. AMD still pumping. Oh my goodness, AMD is just an absolute filthy monster. Testing 181.30 here, up another 4.3% after it had a huge whopping day yesterday. This thing is just squeezing to the upside here. Crazy, crazy. Look at NVO, guys. NVO contracts are waking up here. These $55 puts are trying to wake up. Let's give us a new low of day. Come on. Fall here. Fall, fall, fall. Give it up, NVO. Give it up. UNH is still trying to hold steady and firm up off of the lows. SPY still trying to hold this upsloping wedge pattern here on the 3-minute chart. Wow. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit of distribution right now. Come on, NVO. Give it up. SoFi still holding 24 bucks, but seeing a little bit of downside price action in SOFI. Come on, SoFi. Print it to the downside here. Take us lower. SoFi coming in a little bit more here. If SoFi breaks this opening range, we should have a nice dip. Come on, SoFi. Go back down to your $23 area. I would be very, very happy for SoFi to retest that $23 area today. AMD going through a short squeeze to the upside. Oh my goodness. AMD's having an epic blow-off move here, guys. Look at this price action on AMD. Just trading in a world of its own. One-way freight train to the upside. What is Lisa doing? What is Lisa doing? She's raising AMD prices. They are chasing AMD higher here. What an absolute monster. Holy moly. Crazy, crazy blow-off move on AMD, guys. Nasty. That is filthy. That is filthy. Look at NVO breaking some key levels here. NVO is trying to dump, guys. NVO is trying to break this little bit of a consolidation pattern. Again, the bears are starting to take hold of NVO. Give us the new low of day. Come on. And I have a long level. If NVO dumps even more, guys, I have another long level to trade on NVO. This was an A+ setup that we identified in the pre-market. And so far, it is trying to work out. But I'm looking for a new low of day. Get these $55 puts printing. Come on. SPY's still a monster. Doesn't want to give up the goods yet. But I still think it's going to. Nvidia's still charging for AMD still charging for 182. Holy crap. Apple getting dusted. Tesla getting dusted. Amazon down 0.65. Microsoft up 0.25%. SPY's dripping a little bit lower but bouncing. Dow Jones Industrials keep falling here. Oh my god, AMD. Huge, huge move. UNH still struggling a little bit. Teladoc struggling. Novo Nordisk down 21%. Let's take this Novo Nordisk down more. Let's drop it another 2.5% to TP1. And then believe it or not, we could still go down to $51 on NVO today, guys. $51 could happen today. To think in the pre-market, guys, we tested this $49, $50 area on NVO. Semiconductors are still bouncing here. This is pretty crazy. Nat gas still up 1.8%. Bitcoin just hanging on to that 118 level. Oh my god, AMD squeezing. Squeezing. What an overbought. 5-minute RSI at 90.82. 15 at 85.6. Hourly at 88.28. Wow. 4-hour at 86. Daily at 83. And AMD is going for one of its most overbought scenarios in a long time. Come on, drip this NVO, guys. NVO puts starting to print. Come on. I want SPY to head lower now as well. NVO! They're dumping it, guys. They are dumping Novo Nordisk. Volatility funds are now hitting that exit stage left button on NVO, guys. They are selling it. New low of day is incoming. Very, very high probability of that. Let's flip back to SoFi here. SoFi also starting to see a little bit of top wicks here. If we break this consolidation range, SoFi should head back to $23. Is AMD finally done rallying here? Oh my god, look at that beast. Just an absolute monster, guys. Absolute monster. Tesla's trying to firm up off of the lows, guys. Testy trying to firm up off of the lows here. NVO puts are working out quite nicely. We're still green on our SPY trade, but I'm looking for a heck of a lot more on SPY. Novo Nordisk, give us the new low. Give us a new low. Come on. IWM just printed a new low of day, guys. SPY breaking down as well. We're up 13 cents on these SPY puts. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. IWM knifing, triggering that 10-minute chart bear flag. You're coming into the gap. And this is going to be interesting because you have SPY had a lot of consolidation here on SPY. A lot of people are going to be trying to buy this gap, but I don't think we're going to get that big of a bounce here on SPY considering we've had so much consolidation right above this gap fill. So if you're looking to trade SPY long on the gap fill, just be cautious. It could knife through the gap. You do have 5-minute chart EMA 113 support at 636.81, but I would buy, if you're looking to trade SPY long, buy it at a pierce of the gap. I still think that we'll go lower than that. Look at Novo Nordisk falling to the downside here, guys. Printing. Come on. Come on, Novo. SPY, let's dump it. Let's dump it. Take us. 637 puts. Come on. 20 cents away from getting in the money, guys. Come on. Please hit that like button, guys. So far in the day trading stream, we are absolutely crushing it. SPY puts, Novo puts. SoFi needs to wake up. Come on. Come on, SPY. Fall. Give us TP1. Get these 637 zeros in the money. Getting a little bit of a bounce here. So if they're bouncing it right ahead of this gap fill, you're going to get a pretty big knife through that gap, I think. AMD's starting to topple a little bit here. Tesla catching a bid, so at least you're seeing some of the rotation liquidity out of semis. In the very short term, we're talking about 5-minute rotation that's flowing into Tesla. Give me that new low, Novo Nordisk. SPY, come on, get these 637 puts, guys. I've given you TP1. We're coming up into target price 1. I'm going to trim half of these SPY puts. Come on, give us a little bit lower. Novo Nordisk still dripping lower. SoFi still holding steady up at 24.27. Still up 15.5% on SoFi. Come on, SPY. Drop it lower. IWM still looking very heavy, guys. Still looking quite heavy. Amazon down 0.8%, getting rocked here. Meta down 0.3%. Tesla down 1.3%. Netflix down 0.5%. Google, which was looking strong in the morning session, is giving up the majority of its gains. It's only slightly positive. Microsoft giving up a majority of its gains. It's slightly positive at 0.23%. IWM about to go negative, guys. There it is. IWM filling its downside gap, guys. IWM just tapped the negative price action. SPY still slightly green. Qs are still up 0.3%. Look at Novo dripping. Bang, bang. Novo Nordisk. Going for that low of day, guys. Going for that low of day. Take it downtown. Drop Novo. SPY is trying to catch a bid here. AMD, another little green candle in the 5-minute chart coming in. Come on, Novo. Hitting 54 bucks here on Novo. Give us that sweep of the lows, guys. Give us that sweep of the low on Novo Nordisk. I want SPY to knife through that TP1. Since we're bouncing here, guys, on SPY, I'm going to lower my level right into this gap fill. I want to get these 637 puts in the money. Novo Nordisk is absolutely starting to print here, guys. Come on down. $55 puts are in the money by a full dollar. We still have till the end of the week, but I want lower. Look at Novo. They are selling this one like a monster. Oh my goodness. Novo is just getting absolutely demolished here, guys. Contracts are trading at 220 on the bid right now. We are printing. Come on, SPY. Knife it down. Knife it down. NVIDIA seeing some top wicks. AMD. That's going to be your telltale sign. If AMD starts to sell, this market should go lower. IWM briefly tapped negative. They're still trying to hold SPY steady here. Here we go. SPY is going to knife here. Come on. These contracts were printing on these SPY 637 puts. Novo Nordisk hitting double bottom, guys. NVO. Beautiful price action in NVO, guys. I'm still holding. We're going to get a sweep of this low. We will get a sweep of this low. I'm pretty confident on that. If you're wanting to trim, by all means, we're in profit, but I'm still looking for lower price. Come on, SPY. Drop it down. Drop it down. What are we hitting here on SPY? Is there 3-minute chart support? So there's some minor 3-minute chart support coming right at 637, your EMA 113. SPY puts are printing, guys. Look at this. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. A little bit more. A little bit more. Come on. Big bounce on Novo right at that double bottom. I think that's a short-term bounce. They're going to sell that liquidity. AMD, NVIDIA curling to the downside. Tesla's curling back up. Apple's still getting rocked, down 0.85%. You have Amazon down 0.8%. Meta down 0.41%. Majority of mega caps are negative. Microsoft seeing a little bit more selling now. Come on, SPY puts. Give us more. I want some more downside price action. All right, let's see if SPY can knife down here. Come on. SoFi still holding steady. NVIDIA curling slightly down. Come on, SPY. Tap these 637s in the money. They're trying to bounce it still. Freaking stubborn market. This is a stubborn market. Just give us a... We can't even get 0.5% down on these indices. That's crazy. Nevertheless, we're still in profit on our SPY and Novo Nordisk puts. SoFi is just still meandering sideways in its upper boundary range. Nvidia is seeing some more top wicks and selling. Wow. Tesla still down 1.2%. AMD up 4.4%. Nvidia up 0.76%. Here we go, SPY. Come on. Again, 637 puts. Get them in the money. I will be trimming half. Here we go. SPY puts. SPY puts. Come on. Give us 637. How difficult can that be? We're talking pennies here. Give me 13 cents down on SPY. Come on. Here we go, guys. Puts are starting to print here even more. Come on. Give it to us. Give it to us. Don't bounce it here. AMD, Nvidia, big hard down candle on Nvidia, guys. 5-minute candle on Nvidia is looking pretty nasty here. We should see this market go a little bit lower. Your IWM is still holding slightly positive, but Nvidia is selling off pretty sharply here. Looks like Nvidia wants to maybe go for its gap fill. There's going to be some support levels along the way, but Nvidia is seeing some pretty hard down moves. Come on, dump this market. Dump it, dump it, dump it. Remember, we have a huge economic day tomorrow. Will people move defensively ahead of FOMC? Employment data, GDP numbers. You got a ton of different volatility events tomorrow. Contracts are printing. There's 637 TP. Bang, guys. I just trimmed half at 78 cents, guys. Beautiful. Move stop to break even, guys, on SPY. TP1 was just hit. Huge profits there, guys. Beautiful. 55% on first trim on SPY. Beautiful. Move stop to break even, guys. TP2 is down here at 636. Nvidia just absolutely getting dumped on right now. Novo Nordisk, we're still looking to run that one into the basement. Let's look at SoFi now. SoFi is starting to come in, but great trade on SPY, guys. Everyone had opportunity to catch that, even get better fills than me. We were chopping here for quite a long time. Let's see if we can get a profit now on SoFi. Look at SPY printing here, guys. Boom, 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 boom. You are hitting some support here on SPY, guys. This is your lower boundary channel. We are absolutely knifing down here. Huge knife down there, guys. If you're wanting to trim more there, that is a big area on SPY. I'm just going to manage a break-even stop loss on the rest of these contracts. But we're almost up 100% on SPY puts. I'm looking for a grand slam hit. Come on. Trade is risk-free, though. The trade is risk-free, guys. Beautiful job. Everyone had that opportunity. Nice trade on SPY, guys. Nice trade on SPY. Look at the downside price. Oh my goodness, we're printing up 100% on these contracts. If you're wanting to trim, by all means, but I am going to still hold. You probably get a decent bounce here. Oversold, and I warned you. I said, do not buy the gap fill. We were consolidating right over that gap. They absolutely ate through that liquidity like a hot knife through butter. Oh my goodness. What an epic fall to the downside on SPY. Again, probably get a big bounce here. But I'm going to look to press these puts lower. Still writing SoFi. NVO. Thank you, Starfers. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. And guys, just understand we are still seeing defensive sectors catching a bit of a bid here, which is telling me that this market could go lower today. We've seen a lot of blow-off moves in semis, Nvidia, AMD, SoFi, a high flyer, so we could absolutely go lower in this market. IWM still at the lows of the session. Tesla trying to bounce, so you are seeing some distribution hitting the semiconductor tape. Look at these SPY puts, guys. 637, 0 DTEs. Deep in the money. Thank you very much. Let's see if SoFi, let's see if we can get these $23 end of week puts in the money on SoFi, guys. There's a fat chance of that. Novo Nordisk getting a really big bid off of the lows. That's okay though. SPY trying to get a bit of buy the dip coming into play. Come on, SPY, take us even lower here. We're still up almost 100% on these SPY puts, but honestly, guys, I might hold these SPY puts deep. Deep, deep, deep. The prudent thing to do is to take profits, but I'm going to look for a huge gain on the rest of these contracts. I'm going to move TP2. This is TP2 if you are conservative, but I'm going to look for a move down here on SPY. I'm not gonna sell at TP2. I'm gonna hold through that. I'm gonna look for a big move to TP3 on SPY, guys. Prior day low, just above that prior day low. AMD coming in. IWM, filthy decline on IWM, guys. That is filthy. Approaching 11 o'clock. Novo Nordisk getting a big bounce. SoFi still trying to hold steady here. SPY still near those lows, guys. That was a very nice trade on SPY. Nvidia is still selling off, going for its prior day high at 177. IWM still at the lows of the session here. IWM getting absolutely rocked. Getting absolutely rocked. Apple's caught a bit of a bid, so now you're seeing capital rotate, guys. As Nvidia and AMD are selling here, you're actually seeing that capital. It's not fully exiting the market. It's rotating into Apple. It's rotating into Tesla. Rotating a little bit into Google. But look at AMD selling off pretty sharply here. AMD coming in hot. This is kind of your bellwether stock of the week. It's been one of your outperformers. So imagine AMD goes negative today. It's had a huge blow-off move. I thought it was extended on this 3-bar surge. Then it had a fourth. Then it had a fifth. This is why the markets could go a lot lower. Is if semiconductors have put in a little bit of a near-term top here, guys, and they're certainly due for it. I mean, the extension moves on some of these names are mind-blowingly strong, guys. Mind-blowingly strong. Some of these moves is absolutely incredible. Absolutely. Dead cat bounce on SPY coming. We'll see, right? 5-minute chart support. You're piercing that EMA. You could still head to this 10-minute EMA. Look how you bounced off of it here yesterday. This 10-minute chart, you could absolutely still knife down on SPY here, guys. 10-minute EMA is sitting at 636. VIX moving up. Thank you, APK. Appreciate that observation. The bounce level is really at your 10-minute chart support, guys. SPY could still keep knifing here. You're seeing heavy price action in your semis. Obviously, it's very short-term oversold intraday. But this market is conditioning people to buy these very minuscule 3-minute, 5-minute chart bounces. We'll see if it continues to act up the same way. But I'm looking for still a big down move, at least into this 10-minute chart support. SPY is hitting this upsloping channel, so you can see that there is a bit of a bounce here trying to occur. Nice bounce occurring, that's for sure. You are trying to hold 5-minute chart support on SPY. So we still have a little bit more economic data today, guys. We have the 11:30 GDP numbers. Look at Novo, guys. Look at NVO going right back down to the basement here. My oh my. Beautiful price action on Novo Nordisk, guys. That's another trade that's working out on the day trade side. Give us a new low of day. Novo printing lows of the day. Look at that. Boom. Boom. What did I tell you? Absolutely filthy. If I only had the swing trade call right. Novo Nordisk, they are absolutely knifing this one into the basement. AMD still falling sharply, guys. Be careful. SPY could be going through more downside price action. Come on, Novo. Give us a nice 5-minute close down at the lows here. But that was a filthy candle down on Novo, guys. Absolutely filthy. We're still going to get likely a 5-minute close. Here we go. Lower price on Novo. These $55 puts are printing, guys. printing. That was an A+ setup in the pre-market. We identified Novo Nordisk. I do even have a long level on Novo, but it's lower. Contracts are absolutely flying to the downside here on Novo. SoFi, if we can just get SoFi to fall $1 here back to its opening range low, that would be absolutely beautiful to see. PayPal still getting rocked, down 8.39%. SoFi, SPY trying to bounce here. Come on down, SoFi. Nvidia getting a nice bounce right above its prior day high, which means that if they sell semiconductors a bit more, we should see Nvidia knife through its prior day high. A lot of liquidity is going to be sitting there. You can see AMD still trying to hold steady. SMCI still trying to hold steady here. Definitely coming in. Apple's had a nice little bounce, so we still could go lower in this market after stocks bounce here a little bit. IWM is negative. SPY is negative. Qs are still green. Bitcoin, guys. BTC once again going negative. Every single the theme in Bitcoin, what I've been seeing is they pump it up in the morning, and then when the markets, just before the markets open, they start selling Bitcoin. Look at this. 9:35, 9:30, markets open. What do? They sell Bitcoin. Exit stage left. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, that's for sure. SoFi trying to come a little bit lower. Novo Nordisk still sitting right at that double bottom, but probably also going to go lower. Buying up SoFi again. Tesla catching a nice bounce off of the lows. Let's look at some of these other high flyers here. We got Open, OPEN, getting absolutely slaughtered here on the session, testing $2 on Open. I mean, my oh my, people are like, oh, this stock's never going down. They were so bullish. It's going sky high. Look at that move. Just getting absolutely sold into at every single turn. Filthy. Absolutely filthy. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Let's look at QuantumScape. Another one that's just absolutely getting sold into at every single turn. Look at QuantumScape. Huge blow-off move and absolutely knifed into. I mean, filthy declines. That's why I think these Joby's one of the next stocks I think to have a massive leg lower. I'm surprised it's held up this well. The decline hasn't been as sharp, but Joby creating an M-top intraday pattern, nice hourly chart bear flag, should make another move lower. Let's look at BBAI. Here comes SPY, guys. SPY coming back lower. BBAI looking pretty filthy itself. Nasty chart pattern on BBAI. BBAI wants this gap fill, guys. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS. SPY going for another new low. HIMS is actually holding up well. Look at that new low of day on SPYs, guys. New low of day just tapped there on SPY. That is nasty. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Google's still holding up quite well. Come on, knife us down a little bit more, SPY. Knife us down a little bit more. Nvidia seeing more selling. AMD still up 3.44%. Will they take AMD negative today? If they were to take AMD negative today, the markets would have a huge decline ahead of FOMC, and that's kind of what we're seeing. We're still seeing some defensive sectors, seeing some accumulation here, guys. If you want to take some lotto puts, AMD, 173 or 174 puts, that could be a lotto trade if they take AMD negative. Again, I'm not trimming at TP2, guys. I am not trimming. I just have that there because that's where the prudent thing to do is to trim. But I am going to hold. I'm going to hold it. SoFi coming in. I'm going to hold it for a huge gain to TP3. Again, the next bounce level on SPY is probably here on this 10-minute chart support, guys. That's probably where SPY wants to bounce next. AMD is still selling. Nvidia retesting that prior day. Come on, SoFi. SoFi is now breaching that $24 level. Can we get it down some more? SPY new low of day there. Let's go. NVIDIA breaching prior day high, guys. NVIDIA's the culprits. AMD's selling off here. SPY puts are still absolutely filthy. Still testing that 100% level. SoFi starting to drip. Let's go back to that opening range on SoFi, guys. SPY dripping here. IWM still near the lows. NVO, come on, still holding 54 bucks, but probably goes back to the lows, if not to $53. NVO should test $53. Slightly oversold, but vol funds have to exit stage left with this big move. We're printing on these SPY puts. Let's go. Come on, let's go. NVIDIA tapping some 5-minute chart support. NVIDIA has now had 7 red 5-minute candles, so there's a chance that you can get a bounce here on the indices. But semiconductors are so elevated that it would still not surprise me to see some lower price than NVIDIA. IWM new low. S&P has gone negative, guys. Apple down 0.73. Google up 0.59. Amazon down 0.85. Meta down 0.6. Tesla still down 1.31. Tesla looks like it's going to go for new lows on the session as well. Wow. What crazy. And right now we are still seeing, guys, if you look at what's occurring in this market, a lot of red hitting the tape in the S&P. But what's starting to outperform is your defensive sectors. Your utilities are strong, up 1%. And staples are strong, up 0.66. What's really giving up the goods in this intraday pricing is your tech. Tech was leading the charge and now it's coming in. Transports are getting absolutely dummied here. SPY still trying to hold steady here. Still short SoFi, SPY, Novo Nordisk, IWM new lows, silver catching a little bit of a bid here. Silver juniors, look at SPY dripping here, guys. Contracts are flying here. Almost up 110% on the runners. TP2's coming into play, but I'm not looking to trim there. If we were to knife straight into this bounce level, guys, I may consider. There's TP2, guys. There is TP2 on SPY. What a monster there. What an absolute monster. AMD still dripping. IWM still dripping lower. IWM bounce levels around 223.30. We're coming up close, but we should see a little bit lower. Come on down, S&P 500. Novo Nordisk making another leg to the basement here. SPY is just printing, guys. Those puts, we absolutely crushed those puts. Beautiful. Novo Nordisk starting to sell a little bit more now, guys. Here we go on Novo. Take us lower. Novo Nordisk. AMD still selling. IWM still selling, guys. S&P 500's negative. QQQ's next to go negative. That might be the bounce level. It's probably going to coincide, guys, with the Q's going briefly negative. So there should be a little bit of a micro bounce here around this 636 area. But look at Novo, guys. Yes. At least we're making some profits on these short ideas. Novo was a top short idea. We are going lower. $53 is my first trim on Novo, guys. $53 is my first trim on Novo. Pushing up about 30% on these Novo puts. Looking for more though. Alright, SPY's trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. A little bit of a minor bounce. You can see TP2 was a very strong level that we identified. You're bouncing slightly there. Gold is starting to rip here, guys. Gold is starting to move up. Oil, nat gas still strong. Nvidia's bouncing off of its prior day high, so it's one of the main reasons the S&P 500 is stabilizing here. Nvidia bouncing off of its prior day high. SPY, we're still short SPY, guys. These runners should give us more downside, guys. These runners should give us more downside. We're stabilizing though right on prior day high for Nvidia. You can see it's bouncing sharply there. Let's take a peek at AMD. AMD's still well above its prior day high, testing that opening range high on AMD. So this is the bounce level for the markets, and that's exactly what we are seeing here in the near term. The question is, are these behemoths going to give up these goods here? Still short Novo. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft is still slightly positive on the session, but Microsoft looks like it wants its gap, guys. The way that Microsoft is trading, we should see some lower price in that name. Bouncing right ahead of its gap fill. I'd be shocked if Microsoft doesn't fill its gap today. SoFi still holding that $24 level. Let's look at PayPal really quickly. PayPal still coming lower. PayPal's probably going to print a new low of days. So if you're long PayPal, just use some caution. Be very, very careful with PYPL. Probably prints a new low of day, guys. That's for sure. SoFi starting to see some sell side. Look at the IWM, guys. IWM new lows. They are just absolutely filthy, filthy knifing this IWM trade. Nasty. Absolutely nasty. Come on down, IWM. Let's look at this hourly chart of IWM. One thing I want to show you is there's a nasty head and shoulders triggering right now on IWM, guys. This is an hourly chart pattern that has another potential 2% down move on IWM. So where I think IWM could go today, guys, is this 222.61 pivot sweep. That's where I could see IWM going. But this downside pattern, if it triggers in the next 16 minutes, it gives us a downside target on the IWM to about 219 bear target. So just recognize the IWM is going through a really big head and shoulders pattern on the hourly chart. The hourly candle closes in the next 10 to 15 minutes on IWM. Well, next 15 minutes. So if this triggers, guys, you've been warned, IWM could go much, much lower. Let's look at the SPX chart just so we can look at some additional intraday price action. Nvidia seeing some top wicks, but this seems to be a huge gap and crack move on the SPX. Another level that I have on the SPX is a 63.46. SoFi starting to drip a little bit lower, guys. Come on down, SoFi. AMD, Nvidia seeing more selling. Come on down, SoFi. Let's see if we can get these $23 puts in the money, guys. NVO is still holding double bottom, but it should give us a pierce. IWM, new lows. SPY, going for new lows. Look at SoFi dripping, guys. SoFi is starting to drip. Come on down. Take SoFi down. They are selling this market. SMCI, guys, who's been a market leader, has now also gone negative. So SMCI has been strong semiconductor play over the last few sessions, and it has now gone negative, guys. So this market is seeing some heavy distribution right ahead of FOMC tomorrow. Right ahead. Come on, dump SoFi, guys. Puts, $23 puts are starting to wake up on SoFi. Still have runners on the S&P. Look at the S&P 500 go. Here we go. We are absolutely crushing these running contracts, up $1.16 right now. Oh my, oh my. Pushing up over 120% on these running contracts. Let's get more. NVIDIA knifing, AMD knifing, IWM hitting a near-term liquidity sweep zone. So there is some support here on IWM. Come on, we should go a little bit lower. AMD is still falling here, guys. This is why the market technicals, guys, are a bit skewed today, is because you've had such extraordinary moves in semiconductor land, which is why S&P 500 and QQQ technicals are going to be screwed. So what you really need to watch for is your strong stocks. You need to watch Microsoft, you need to watch AMD, and you need to watch NVIDIA. When those stocks hit your bigger technical levels, that's when the markets are likely going to see the bigger tradable bounces. Until then, we probably don't see really big bounces. You need to see Microsoft and NVIDIA. They need to hit their technical levels. NVIDIA just went briefly negative there, guys. Hitting that gap fill on NVIDIA. There is obviously gap liquidity. People love to trade gaps on NVIDIA. It's a high probable area for NVIDIA to bounce. Right now, you're seeing a little bit of liquidity flowing in. IWM just printed another new low. Novo Nordisk coming lower here, guys, dripping. SPY puts, we still have those running contracts, guys. The bounce level that I see on SPY is right here around 636, guys. 636. But even after if we get a bounce there, we should go a little bit lower. You're now trading back inside of this channel, which means that we have had a failed bit of a breakout here on SPY, and we could even head down to the low of this channel. So we're talking maybe 635 in the cards for SPY and lower. This is a downsloping channel, so we could absolutely go lower. Of course, the markets have pretty much fallen in a straight line today, so you're getting short-term overstalled on the 5-minute chart here, but we can still go a little bit lower. IWM is just knifing here, guys. My oh my. Really heavy selling in the IWM. Monster decline. AMD, NVIDIA pitching lower, guys. So this is what I'm saying about the S&P technicals being off. These markets have been so skewed by semiconductor strength that if semis go negative, NVIDIA negative, look at the IWM sell. Oh my god. Just filthy, filthy price action here, guys. NVO still selling. Not a position to be long yet. We're coming into a bounce level very soon, but things are just looking nasty here. NVIDIA negative. Will AMD go negative, guys? That's the big question here. A little bit of a micro bounce trying to occur. SoFi trying to bounce. S&P still got these running contracts. We're up huge on these puts, guys. Again, bounce level. If you're wanting to trim into this bounce level around 636, that's probably the wise thing to do. It's a decent area. It's a decent 10-minute chart support area, guys. So I actually am probably going to trim my contracts on SPY into this 10-minute chart support level. Come on down, SPY. Beautiful decline still occurring in semis. Novo Nordisk still piercing that massive 5-minute reversal candle. They are trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia catching some liquidity. Microsoft catching a bit of liquidity. Come on, give us one more little down leg, guys. And then probably what happens is you bounce back up to, call it 630, 670. And then maybe a little bit more selling in the afternoon. Come on. Come on, a little bit lower, SPY. SoFi, come on. Come on down, SoFi. Nova Nordisk still looks weak. IWM still dripping lower here, guys. Alright, guys, so I'm getting close to exiting the rest of my 637 0 DTEs on SPY. There it is, guys. I just took a trim there at $1.30. $1.30 on SPY. I'm all out of SPY. Huge profits there, guys. If you're wanting to trade this on the long side, it's an aggressive level, but we probably get a bounce back up to 630, 670 here. But I'm all out of my 0 DTEs, guys. Huge profits there. Beautiful. Thank you, Starfrizz. We are still going lower, guys. Final profits 160% on SPY. Look at that knifing down, guys. Oh my, oh my. IWM absolutely printing to the downside as well. Oh my goodness. What a nasty, nasty decline there, guys. That was filthy. Yep. That was absolutely filthy. What a nasty decline. Ryan Allen, can you look at MCBT? There's still more momentum. Wow, it's already 11:23. That's crazy. Yeah, we can look at MCBT for sure. AMD is still struggling a little bit here. Again, Nvidia's gone negative. Will they take AMD negative? That's the big question. Nice. Genesis, oopsie, caught SPX puts at 63.95. Amazing. It was a pleasure trading with you too. Huge wins. Beautiful job, guys. MCBT, is this for a day trade or a swing trade there, Ryan? Probably for a day trade you're looking at. I'd be very careful with it. It's had a huge breakout. It's still up nicely on the session. Basically, if you're looking to trade this on the long side, I would use a stop loss. Right now, it does look like it can push higher, but realistically, your stop loss has to be this opening range high, 596. But if you're more aggressive, you use this little wick low as your stop. This little bit of a 627 area. That's your stop loss. All right. IWM still getting whacked here. Your grandpa has 22,000 shares and just blew it up. Beautiful. Clutch 150% on second half of 0D. Beautiful. Amazing. Amazing job, guys. Huge profits today. SPY's still struggling here, guys. Can you believe it? AMD, will they take AMD negative? It's still up 2%, guys. But AMD, oh, look at IWM, new lows, guys. IWM is hitting new lows here. And look at AMD, they're absolutely selling this bad boy. SPY hitting new lows there. My, oh my. Holy, contracts are still ripping on SPY. That is filthy, guys. All right, let me isolate down a long level here on SPY, guys, because we might have another trade here. Just give me a second. Look at that full round trip on the market. So we're probably going to sweep this lower pivot liquidity, guys, on SPY. This lower pivot liquidity, we are looking to sweep it. Again, I have a nasty bearish target on SPY around 633.60. Alright guys, I'm getting ready now to flip into a quick 0DT SPY bounce here, guys. I'm going to buy in the money puts here. Oh my goodness. I mean calls on SPY. Getting very, very close. We are getting decently oversold here intraday. But the level is to sweep these lows, guys. We pierced these lows here, prior day low. And I'm going to take a stab on the long side of SPY. We pierced these lows. I'm going to take... So that level will be 635. I'll buy 635 0DTE calls, guys. 636 if you're more aggressive, but we're going to flip to some calls here. Let me see what the 635 zeros are trading at. $1. It's a pretty decent bounce. We could probably take 636s. No, I'm gonna stick with 635 calls, guys. 0DTE. On SPY, but I want to see it sweep these lows, so get ready. Get ready, guys. So we got two SPY charts here. They are continuously selling. 1 minute chart is very oversold, but let us sweep these lows, guys. Get ready. I'm going to be flipping to some 635 0DTEs. Tesla going for a new low of day. Here we go. The sweep is coming, guys. The sweep is coming. A quick knife down. We could get long SPY here. Get ready. IWM heading to the basement here. There's the sweep, guys. That's the sweep. Piercing prior day low. I'm not in yet. Alright guys, I just took a half position at $1.13. SPY calls at $1.13. This is aggressive. 635 0DTE calls at $1.13. I will add right here at the bottom of this channel. I'll add sub $1. Around 99 cents I'll add to my SPY calls. So I have 5 contracts. I'll add another 5 contracts if they hit 99 cents, which right now we're close. But I'm long SPY, starter position. IWM is knifing. There's $1 on SPY. This is very aggressive, risky trading. Super aggressive and risky. IWM still going lower here. NVO going for another low of day. So I'm long SPY calls. 0DT, 635, half position. Come on, look at the bounce. Look at the bounce, guys. Big bounce. Come on. Give us more. Give us more. 5-minute chart, we should go back to, we should retest that EMA 113. So I'm looking for the markets to hit 636. Come on. Give us a little bit more, guys. Give us a little bit more. We're getting reject off of prior day low. Come on, SPY. Retest 636, guys. 635.98 is my profit target. Let me check this 20-minute chart out real quick. 20-minute chart, we could still go down to 634. Let me see that 15-minute chart. EMA. Ooh, we could even still go down to 635 here. EMA 15-minute. Wow. That's a nasty sell, guys, on SPY. That is filthy. And that's a full round trip for NVIDIA. AMD still is holding up, positive on the session. Tesla's now down 2%. Tesla did print new lows. I'm still looking to add to my position if we pierce 99 cents here, guys. Very close here. All right, guys, I just added to my SPY calls there. 97 cents. 97 cents. Very risky. Very risky. So my average is $1.05 on these SPY calls, guys. Beautiful bounce here. Come on. $1.05 average on SPY 0 DTEs. IWM is still printing near the lows. Pretty insane price pressure on IWM. Sheer forced and selling is nasty. Nasty. Come on, get us a big bounce, SPY. NVO going for another low of day. Tesla's at the lows. Here we go, guys. Contracts are printing to the high side here. Bigger bounce. Come on, SPY. Get us back to this EMA 113. A little bit higher here. Come on. Come on. Prior day high. Prior day lows being one stubborn little technical resistance level. Come on, SPY. Come on, SPY. Green on the trade. Nice, guys. They're printing to the high side here. Printing to the high side. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Give us a nice little 3-bar surge on the 1-minute chart. Come on. We still have more in the tank. We're up 12 cents a con. So far, they're printing a little bit more, a little bit more. Come on. Look at the bounce, guys. Beautiful bounce so far. Protect that trade. Do not let it go against you. We should, let's see if we retap prior day low and then have a continuation move higher. Come on, give us a little bit more. IWM trying to bounce. NVIDIA, AMD. Come on, give us more, SPY. A little bit more. You can see there's unrelenting sell side pressure today, but AMD and NVIDIA are still trying to bounce. IWM is bouncing nicely. Novo Nordisk, we're still short at the lows. Come on, a little bit more, SPY. SPY's trying to hold above that prior day low. Still seeing a lot of sell side pressure hitting this area right now. Ooh, we're breaching prior day low. Can they hold it? Can they hold it? Back test incoming. They're still trying to drip this lower, guys. Markets are very, very weak down here, but big oversold intraday level. This is all this is. It's not a swing trade. This is an intraday level. It's very risky. 0 DTEs when you're in a free fall can go against you in the blink of an eye. Come on, SPY. Give us a little. We had an opportunity to take about 20% there on the bounce. But I'm looking for between 30 to 50% on these calls, guys. It might be a little bit greedy, but there's enough of a technical level here to try to get that. But we'll see if it's too greedy. They're still trying to sell it below prior day low. Still a nasty oversold condition intraday. Nvidia, AMD weakening here. Microsoft catching a nice little bounce. Tesla trying to bounce as well. Still have mega cap tech weakness. S&P negative, QQQ, IWM, market weakness across the broad market here. Come on, SPY, give us a little punch higher here. Take us back to 635.98. All right, QQQ back to the positive side. After briefly dipping negative, it is back positive. NVO catching a nice bounce here. SoFi continuing to melt a little bit lower. SPY struggling here, guys. What are you doing, SPY? Come on. Contracts are at $1.10. We're up about 5 cents, but I'm seeing AMD seeing more selling. Nvidia as well seeing more selling. We need to recapture this prior day low, or else algos are going to take us to another leg lower. Come on, SPY. Here we go. Come on, punch it through. I don't want to be in these calls for too long, guys. The markets are in a nasty little downtrend today. Come on, give us another little bit more bounce. Bounce us back to that EMA 113 on your 10-minute chart, and I'd be very happy. You can see IWM down 0.68. Qs are back to the negative side, down 0.06. SPY is down 0.23. Dow is negative. Bitcoin negative. Your commodities are holding strength today. A little bit of backing and filling occurring here. Come on, SPY. One more quick little impulse move to the upside, and I'll be exiting these calls. We're still in profit here, but I'm looking for a little bit more. Come on, SPY. Give me at least 25% here. SoFi dripping. IWM still near the lows. You can see we've retested this full lower boundary channel on SPY. After catching those beautiful puts, we are now flipping for a dead cat bounce here, where you can see SPY is struggling immensely here. So much selling occurring. Nasty decline. SPY's dripping lower here. Are they going to try to sweep these lows again? It appears like they are trying to. Uh-oh. A little bit more weakness creeping into the tape. Come on, bounce us a little bit. Bounce us a little bit. Microsoft still holding steady. Everything else is selling. Apple down almost 1% on the session. We're trying to drip SPY even lower here. Come on, SPY. Push back up. Push back up. Nasty decline though. SoFi, we're still riding SoFi puts, guys. IWM just made new lows. IWM making new lows. IWM day trade long level hourly chart support is sitting at 222.07. SoFi continuing to ride SoFi $23 puts. Those are printing to the downside. Can they bounce SPY here? It looks like they want to try to sweep these lows again. Very, very filthy price action here. We do have a lot of support down here. Previous consolidation range, parallel channel, oversold condition, positive divergence on your micro time frames, but doesn't guarantee a bounce. We had that initial bounce, and they are selling into it right now. Oh my, oh my. Another little liquidity sweep at the lows here, guys. Another little liquidity sweep. SoFi knifing, guys. SoFi puts are still waking up here. AMD, Nvidia going for new lows there. Oh my. Nvidia going for new lows. Wow. SPY is knifing here, guys. Down over 20% right now. We are hitting now 15-minute chart support coming into SPY. You can see that EMA 113 on the 15-minute chart. Look at the sell side candles on the SPY 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 15-minute red candles in a row. Oh my goodness. They are absolutely knifing this market down. This is a prime example of 1. Liquidity sweeps of lows, significant downtrend, position management, not going too heavy in your 0 DTEs. We can still get this to bounce pretty sharply, but it's weak right now. It is super weak here. Still very, very oversold. Positive intraday divergence. Come on, bounce it a little bit. AMD going for new lows. Nvidia now down 0.76%. IWM is hitting hourly chart support. I'm still holding my SPY 635 calls down substantially right now, but still holding. SoFi ripping to the downside here, guys. SoFi absolutely knifing to the downside. We are still riding $23 puts, which are printing to the downside. Still in my SPY 635 zeros. Holding through this downside volatility. Will I regret it? Time will tell. This is how position management allows you to sit through drawdowns. Still down about 25% right now, but that's really nothing in the 0 DTE world. If you size it for loss and appropriate sizing. Had a chance to take about 20-25% off of this bounce. SPY has gone lower. Alright guys, we're printing on our SoFi puts. We're up almost 100% on SoFi, but I'm looking for more downside on SoFi, so we're still printing on this big bounce in SPY there. Here we go, contracts are starting to wake up a little bit more. NVO is still riding that bad boy into the ground. Nice bounce on SPY. Coming in, guys. This is why I didn't get shaken out. Basically, look at that big 10-minute wick bouncing sharply on SPY off of your 15-minute EMA. Come on, give us more, SPY. Give us more. Retest that prior day. Really healthy bounce. Down by about 15% on these SPY calls, but I still think we can get at least 25 to 40% out of these, maybe even 50% out of these calls. I still think there's a chance of retesting this 10-minute chart EMA 113, which is sitting just below 636. We still could retest there. Alright, we're almost going back to the flat side. Look at that 10-minute liquidity sweep, guys, on SPY. Epic sweep. And that's why a lot of traders can't sit through downside volatility. They over leverage themselves and they get caught in these quick downside moves where algos know there's a breaking point of people's psychology. You know, a lot of traders have their 0DTs at 10, 15, 20%, and then in 3 minutes, boom, you could have been in profit or gone back to break even. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Come on. IWM bouncing sharply. Look at the push and SPY. This is why you size for loss, because you can sit through these drawdowns. Look at that bounce. Come on, take us back in profit. We're basically trading flat on the trade. I still think 636 could be a big bounce area, guys. We are still seeing it move back to the high side. Come on. Get back above that PDL. We're back in profit. Give us a little bit more. Maybe a potential little micro inverse head and shoulders pattern for me. What a beautiful 10-minute reversal candle back inside this channel. Come on, SPY. You got more. You definitely have more. Big bounce though in the equity markets. AMD potentially wanting to still go negative on the session. We still have a lot of time left in this trading session. We're back in profit on SPY calls, guys. This is how we've managed positions, still holding StoFi and NVO short. Imagine we still had those SPY puts at the lows. They would have absolutely been printing to the downside. But we're up almost 100% on StoFi puts. Still holding these SPY calls. We were bearish. We flipped slightly bullish. I still think we can go lower on SPY today, but we should get this midday bounce. My bearish target on SPY today is 633.50, guys. 633.50 is my bearish target on SPY. Come on, hold steady here. You can see you're holding on this EMA 15-minute. Look at this downward move on SPY. Huge consecutive decline. Basically flat on the SPY trade. I'm looking for 635.98 tap, guys, on SPY, and I'll look to exit these calls. Here comes the bounce. Here comes the bounce, guys. Beautiful. We're back in profits. Contracts are printing to the high side. Give us more. Give us more, SPY. Keep going. Keep going. SoFi still dripping lower, guys. NVO still looking like an intraday bear flag. Come on, SPY. Keep pumping. Keep pumping. Push, 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 push. Look at the push, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Back up a PDL. Come on. You broke that level once off of PDL. This should push a little bit higher here. I want more than 10% here. Come on. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. I am being greedy with these calls. It's a big level. Here we go. Contracts are starting to wake up, guys. Come on. Give me 635.90s. Give me 635. Another 30 cents higher on SPY. Come on. Come on, SPY. Here we go, guys. Get ready. Come on, a little bit more, a little bit more. You got it at 9%. I'm still holding. I'm up almost 20 here. I sat through a 30% drawdown there. Come on. A little bit risky here. NVO, StoFi still dripping a little bit lower. One more little impulse spike higher here. Come on. Definitely. There it is, guys. There it is. Just trimmed there. Called that impulse. Just trimmed half of my contracts. Moving stop to break even. Beautiful. Beautiful trade there. Contracts are printing. That's the move I was looking for. I'm going to move a break-even stop loss at $1.05. Let's see if we can get a nice trend even back to the high of this channel. There's still a potential. Nice trade. Amazing. That's the move. That's a nice high volume spike. All right, this trade is risk-free now. That trade is risk-free. Look at SPY hitting target, guys. All right, I'm actually trimming all of them there. All out. All out at $1.40. Look at that. Huge push, guys. Beautiful trade. Target hit. Let's go. Now it's risky. That's the freaking level. Amazing trade if you caught that with us. Wow. That was crazy, guys. Crazy. Let's go from puts to calls. And guess what? We're still riding SoFi, baby. We are still riding SoFi into the ground here. I want these $23 puts in the money. Boom. Love days like these. Yes, me too. Everyone. Huge profits there. Beautiful job, guys. All out. Still riding NVO into the ground here, guys. Still riding NVO. This should give us lower price, guys. This should take out the lows. A nice bear flag on the 1 minute. Right at that huge volume surge. Let's take us lower. But epic trades there, guys. Nice job if you caught those trades with us. Really good to see. And again, we still could go lower, guys, just as an FYI. SPY I know is bouncing right now, but we could go lower. The downside move could take us to this area here. Wow. Guys, I am hungry. I need to eat some lunch. Absolutely crushed it here today in the live day trade room. Still going to be managing my SoFi puts, but beautiful profits today. Crazy, guys. I'm exhausted. I am exhausted, guys. That's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. Now we just need NVO to sweep those lows of the session. Nice job there, Pludge. 50% on half of my 636 calls. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice job. And again, we've seen Nvidia go negative. The question is AMD going to go negative? The interesting thing, guys, is we still have quite a bit of earnings here after the bell. Large amount of earnings. I'm gonna do some of these targets. Just gonna take a bit of a break here, rest my voice. I'll be back for power hour. Of course, if anything happens with NVO and SoFi, I will let you know. Still holding short SoFi, NVO, which are up in profit. I still think SPY can go lower. If I see any additional trades, I will hop back on. But it's been a pleasure trading with you in the morning session. Beautiful, beautiful job on our A+ setups here. Nice profits here in the live day trade room. And again, the question is, will AMD go negative? I'm going to put a little poll here, guys. Let's see. Will AMD go negative like NVIDIA?
Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you. For you. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there.
Sarfaraz. So your PayPal question, I'm looking at PayPal probably gets down to this 67.40 area. Sweeping this low, that's where I'd start a position and then leave room to add to about 65.50. But it probably does get down to the 67.40. That's where I see it. So yeah, around 67.40-ish, that's where I could see PayPal bouncing to, no problem. I'll actually put an alert there. It's a good area.
Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you. There for you. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'll be there for you, 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 there for you. Oh, I'll be there for you.
Just a heads up, guys, I did trim half of my SoFi puts, trimmed half of my SoFi puts for 125%. Still have 10 contracts running. Alright guys, let's see if we can get a little bit of a late minute sell. Last hour and a half here, hour and 25 minutes. SoFi's been dripping lower. That was a grand slam hit. Up over 200% on runners. Still have 10 contracts short. Averages 23 cents. And right now they're trading at 67 cents, guys. So up over 200% on SoFi puts. A beautiful trade. I just entered some SPY puts, some lottos, 10 contracts. Got 90 bucks here, 634.0, sized for loss. This would be also another grand slam if it were to come into play. Likely not going to happen, but you never know. Markets are consolidating bearishly here. Maybe we see a little bit more de-risking into FOMC. A lot of economic data tomorrow. Markets are trying to put in a bit of a higher low here. We'll see if it can firm up and try to break out of this little bit of a consolidation pattern. Maybe they want to push it a little bit, do a peekaboo breakout, and then take it lower, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. The S&P 500 right now down 0.21%. QQQ is back to the green side, up 0.1%. IWM down 0.4%. NVIDIA trading just slightly down 0.16%. Microsoft down 0.13%. Apple down 0.82%. Google outperforming, that's up 1.31%. Amazon down 0.5%. Meta down 1.34%. Netflix is bouncing off of the lows. SPY is catching a bit of a bid here. Yesterday you saw an epic pump into the end of this session. Will they do that again? I'm not too sure about that. Bitcoin's slightly negative on the tape, but it's definitely bounced off of the lows. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what happens. I think the move comes on FOMC. Obviously, there's a whole host of data. Honestly, technical picture, SPY still needs to go through more. You have this, maybe this weird looking head and shoulders pattern, but it's still holding higher lows, higher highs in the larger time frame. So technically, it's still a tough market, still in a very strong uptrend. But there's a lot of economic data tomorrow, and realistically, we're going to be trading the Federal Reserve reaction tomorrow. But you have 8:15 ADP non-farm payrolls tomorrow. That could be market moving. Then you have 8:30 GDP. So before the market even opens, you have a whole host of data. Then you have the 9:45 a.m. Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Pending home sales at 10, crude inventories at 10:30, and then obviously 2 p.m. PAL. So maybe they just keep the market kind of sideways here. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of de-risking ahead of PAL. That's my base case. I think you're okay to hold puts overnight. The markets are still extremely elevated. You know, the big move is going to come on the back of Powell and his rhetoric. I mean, right now they're not expecting to cut. They're expecting to maintain, hold rates steady. But puts overnight are still, I think, decently risk to reward. This type of selling, very tight and controlled, is an institutional sell. That's like an artificial, it's an AI sell program that was executed this morning by institutions. So I think that we usually get them in waves of 2 and 3. So if this is wave 1, I think we're going to get a second wave of SPY selling. This is definitely institutional algorithms programmed to basically just sell into every sort of dip. I could see that happening late in the session here. Again, I mean, if we look at how long that took today, basically where it started around 10:15 to the low here, an hour and 25 minutes. That's pretty much what we have left in the session right now. So will they mimic this type of sell program? Like I said, usually it does happen in waves of at least 2. So I could easily see the market coming right back down to the lows, piercing the lows and ending off on a negative foot here. But we'll see. This was our first little higher low. SoFi puts absolutely banked on those guys. Everyone should have entered that trade with us. Come on, take SPY down. So if they hold SPY here, flattish or pump it up, then I think there's a strong chance of a gap down. If they sell it off into the close, then obviously that takes a little bit of the risk to reward out of the picture. Right now, Nvidia does have a 15 minute bear flag forming, hasn't really broken down yet. You have AMD been grinding higher, also a potential little bear flag. Microsoft's been dripping lower all session long. SoFi continuously coming down. They execute a second sell side program like they did this morning. Roughly took 90 minutes. That would be best case scenario. That would set us up for potential. If they dump this market here into the close, that would set us up for a potential market pump tomorrow off of FOMC. And again, we're going to trade the reaction. We'll have two events. We'll have the interest rate decision, and we'll have the Powell press conference. SoFi coming down, guys. $215% on SoFi puts, guys. We are coming into target price 2. SPY is just stuck in a holding pattern. UNH just took a big knife lower. Come on, dump SPY here into the close. Really big dump on UNH. Novo Nordisk still grinding a little lower. For SoFi. Asking, do I stand while trading? Most of the time, yes. But sometimes I do have a chair behind me. But yes, I stand most of the time. At least I try to. Sometimes you just gotta sit. Nvidia seeing some selling. Microsoft trying to hold steady. So we do have quite a bit of earnings after the bell. Teladoc, Starbucks, and a few other big names. Visa, another big boy on block. Come on, SoFi, knife into TP2. Guys, we're crushing SoFi puts, making back some of the money I've lost on the swing trade side with this day trade. It's been a tough day for swing trading. They pretty much liquidated most of the market except a handful of stocks are doing well today. Most of the market is red, which is why I wouldn't be surprised for a late day sell-off. That would be best case for the market as a whole. It would reset some overbought indicators. If they were to rip the band-aid off, just sell us deep into the close here, that would be ideal. SoFi contracts, guys, printing 74 cents on the bid here. 75 cents on the bid. Let's go, SoFi. Knifing. SoFi is absolute 76 cents on the bid. Let's go. SoFi's absolutely knifing here. Come on, keep punching it lower. AMD, Nvidia is starting to see a little bit of distribution. Microsoft holding steady. Microsoft trying to go back to the green side. S&P 500 still holding steady. The QQQ is back to the negative side. Still remarkably elevated this market. Even though it feels like there's been a greater deal of selling, there really hasn't been that much in the indices. AMD is still very strong. Certain semiconductors still very strong. SPY has barely fallen today. Barely. Tesla's firming up off the lows. It's only down 0.68% now. SoFi still going. Let's go, let's go, let's go. SMCI went negative, Nvidia went negative, AMD is the only dark horse that did not go negative today. And likely won't. Wow, SoFi contracts printing 80 cents on the bid, guys. 81 cents there on the ask. Holy. We're going to get SoFi 300%. Chances we can. Setting up for that. IWM catching a little bit of a bid. Such a tight range on AMD, Nvidia.
Yeah, I'll be there for you when you were all alone. I'll be there for you, 'cause I know that I'll be there for you when you were all alone. Oh, I'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there.
Jones Industrial Average down 0.5%, getting weighed on by transports and Apple. Google still holding steady up 1.37% on Googly Moogly. Bitcoin losing 118 again. Oil's, wow, oil's up 4.11%. How are these markets not sold off more? What the heck happened to oil? My oh my. That is a filthy surge on oil, guys. We are going to have a short opportunity and a half. I'm surprised these markets haven't sold off more with oil spiking up that much. Wasn't even aware of that spike. Wow, what a move. That's a monster move on crude, guys. Right ahead of inventories. So tomorrow, I'm hoping that oil does one more little gap up, but this is an even better short level. You're at the high of your bear flag. Oh my gosh. That is a filthy move on oil, guys. Crude pumped to the upside like you cannot believe. I'm shocked the S&P hasn't sold off more. That's crazy. It just shows you the market resiliency so far. Wow. That's a huge move in crude, guys. Huge. We're getting a little bit more heavier here on the S&P. Come on, late day sell, late day sell. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. Punch it, punch it. Break this bear flag. Yesterday we had a bear flag and then they absolutely just ripped it into the close. Will they do it again? Yesterday we were putting in bearish consolidation here and then they just filthy monsters ripped it. Today might not be. I don't think they're going to do the same thing 2 days in a row. We'll see. We'll see. But that was a move and a half on crude, guys. Cheapers. Nvidia curling to the downside here. SoFi puts still printing. Sean Diddy Combs seeks release on 50 million bond ahead of sentencing. 50 million bond, that's nothing for a billionaire. The states just want their money. Did he do it? Come on, dump this market into the close. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. That's always a bit of an issue for the markets. IWM still has a bear flag. SPY still has a bear flag. AMD still a monster. Microsoft holding up okay. Dixie's taking a bit of a breather. Come on. SoFi puts at 80 cents, guys, from 23 cents to 80. Wow. Monster gains. Monster gains on SoFi, guys. Come on, S&P. Give us a down move. Just rip this band-aid off. Knife us here into the close. Maybe they're waiting for power hour. Power hour starts in 2 minutes. Volume is a little thin here. Nvidia is still looking like it's a little bit weaker. SPY catching another bid. H still floating. SoFi. SoFi is almost at my next exit level. We're pushing 250% on these SoFi puts, guys. When we called them out live stream this morning, up here, everyone had the opportunity. There was even the chance, I shorted right in here. It even went up against me a little bit. So everyone had the opportunity to get on this SoFi gravy train this morning. Beautiful hit. We crushed on SPY puts. We crushed on SPY calls. crushing on SoFi puts. NVO, I still think that goes lower into the end of the week. Let's see if we get a late day sell. Power hour has officially started here, guys. Power hour or sour hour. Remember yesterday, S&P was putting in this bear flag right during power hour, and then boom, they just skied it. Sky high push. Is it going to do the same thing? Probably not. A little bit more economic data tomorrow. I've got Lotto 634 0 DTE SPY puts, 10 contracts at 9 cents, just 90 bucks. It's really nothing, but you know, if those contracts, if we dip into this 634 zone, those contracts will explode. So just a little bit of a Lotto, nothing of real size or importance. Nvidia looking a little bit weaker here. Come on, take us down here into the close. Take us down. We're under prior day low. That's typically bearish. You still have strength in your semiconductor land. SoFi coming into target. I am looking at exiting the full trade, guys, on SoFi here. It's absolutely knifing. Again, there is a chance that we can still take this lower into the end of the week. If you want to hold runners, this is how I'm going to play it. I'm trimming another 5 contracts here on SoFi, and I'm going to leave 5 on the table. So 84 cents from 23 cents to 84 cents, guys. I'm going to leave 5 on the table just in case that we still keep knifing into this gap fill, but $23 puts absolutely printed. So just over 260%. Pleasure doing business with you all. And I'm going to leave 5 on the table. We've hit TP1, TP2. AMD starting to soften up here a little bit. Come on, SPY. Give us a late dump. SPY's just holding right on this 15-minute support level. EMA 113 on the 15-minute chart. It's just holding like a champ right now. So again, I'm out of the majority of my SoFi puts, guys. I'm going to leave 5 on the table. Nvidia pushing here to the upside. So it does appear like they're trying to pump this market into the close through yours truly, NVDA. Microsoft catching a bid. Let's look at Testy. Tesla's little intraday chart, not looking too bad. AMD, still an absolute monster. Pretty crazy chart there on AMD. NVO has really gone nowhere all day. Took out those lows, recaptured them. Still kind of trading in no man's land. But they are trying to pump this market right now, just a touch. So look at SoFi, guys, still drilling lower. My oh my. What an absolute beast. Looks like they're just keeping this market pinned here in this region. Pinned, open down 11. SoFi only green by about 7.5%. Come on, SPY, rip it down, rip the band-aid off. AMD seeing some more selling here. Gold still holding steady. Still at the highs here. Semiconductors are seeing a little bit of selling here into the close. Bitcoin once again hanging right on the knife edge, right on the cliff edge for BTC. AMD looking a little bit heavier here into the close. Finally seeing some sell side pressure in AMD. It's been an absolute monster. Microsoft is getting a bid here. Same thing with Google. Google seeing some volume. Mr. Softy firming up here. And they're just keeping the market pinned here. Pinned, pinned, pinned. Tesla's trying to break out here late in the session, trying to at least. Trump says Russia faces tariffs in 10 days if no progress on ending Ukraine war. Okay, so we do have quite a bit of earnings after the bell today, guys. Quite a bit of earnings. Visa forecast is 9.84 billion. EPS forecast $2.84. Market cap is 664 billion deep. The big boy on block is Visa after the bell. It's a long shot, Ram. It's a long shot, but we'll see. So they call it a lotto. All right, so after the bell, we also have Visa. We have L'Oreal, ADR. We have Booking, BKNG. Forecast is 6.54 billion, $50.14 EPS. Market cap 184 billion. Another big boy. Starbucks going into earnings with 106.45 billion market cap. 9.29 billion forecast. 64.8 cents per a share. We also have Mondelez, ticker MDLZ. Revenue forecast 8.83 billion. EPS forecast 67.7 cents. Market cap 90.9 billion. Let's see what else we got. Republic Services, RSG, 75.4 billion market cap. Revenue 4.26 billion. EPS $1.76. Electronics Arts, ticker EA, going into its earnings with 38.19 billion market cap. Revenue forecast 1.24 billion, 0.098 EPS. Seagate, ticker STX, boasting a market cap of 31.93 billion. Revenue forecast is 2.42 billion. EPS is $2.44 per share. Alright, so also after the bell, PPG Industries, 25.87 billion market cap. Revenue 4.16 billion. EPS $2.23 expected. There's a few other ones in between. SX Property, ESS, 18.8 billion market cap, 466 million revenue, $1.48 EPS. Teradyne, 14.62 billion market cap, 649 million revenue, EPS guide 53 cents. Logitech, ticker LOGI, 14 billion market cap, 1.13 billion in rev, $1.01. A few other names in between. When you go to some of your high flyers, lower market caps, Corvo, ticker QRVO, reporting earnings, 7.83 billion market cap, 776 million revenue guide. Avis, ticker CAR, Caesars, ticker CZR, 6.12 billion market cap, 2.86 billion in revenue, 0.06 cents per share. After the bell, you have Marathon Digital, Mara, 6 billion market cap, 218 million revenue guide, negative 22 cents EPS. Bitcoin's been under pressure, so don't be surprised if they dump Mara. That would not shock me. News, T-Mobile is getting satellite connections to its users via Starlink. Thank you for that, Ram. Not really moving here. Let's look at HIMS for Cabin. We also have Teladoc, obviously, after hours. Ticker TDOC. What is TDOC's forecast here? Teladoc boasting a 1.44 billion market cap, 622.5 million rev, minus 26 cents per share on its guide. Looking at HIMS here, HIMS is up 2.5%. Nice day for HIMS. Breaking out to the high side here. If HIMS can get this breakout, we should sweep the highs on HIMS, guys. There is a potential inverse head and shoulders on HIMS. And it's trying to trigger it literally as we speak. So near-term target for HIMS is going to be your gap fill, sweeping these all-time highs. But if this inverse head and shoulders is a true breakout, I mean, you got some pretty decent upside potential on HIMS. You're looking at above 80, 81 bucks. We'll see if it can get there. How's Oscar doing today? With the healthcare complex coming down. Oscar tried going positive, but back down with the XLV basket. SPY starting to drip a little bit lower here. Come on, let's see some heavy selling into the close. Break this bear flag. Break it. God, look at SoFi, guys. Just continuously see massive daily topping tail back inside yesterday's high. This stock is absolutely cooked in the near term. You might get a retrace tomorrow of that topping tail, call it 30 to 50%, but that stock should see lower price action, and those puts just keep printing intraday. SPY looking pretty heavy here. Come on, SPY. Keep going. Late day flush, late day flush. Let's look at Citi, one of the leading financial stocks. Oh, when's HIM's earnings? Is HIM's earnings today? I haven't looked, but Citigroup, nice decline on Citi. I do think financials are due for a pretty big down move. At least Citi, I think, comes to about 90 bucks. I missed that. Is HIM's earning today? Let's see. Oh, it's coming up. Okay. August 4th. Yeah, HIMS looks pretty decent. But if this inverse head and shoulders holds, you're looking at 80 bucks. Some pretty big volume trading on SPY here. Again, the reason why SPY is holding here, you just flip to your 15-minute chart. Still hugging that EMA 113. We still could get a bit of a dump here late in the session, guys. AMD, market leader, selling off pretty sharply here, guys. So if AMD is starting to get some exit liquidity, they could take this market a little bit lower. Microsoft still looking pretty bearish. Apple still coming down. How's Google doing? Google's getting some really nasty top wicks here. Chop it down, SPY, chop it down. Chop it down. Flash crash. Give it to us. Big dip. De-risk ahead of FOMC. Come on, SPY. Microsoft still trying to catch another bid. AMD, though, getting a little bit heavier here. Little sell-side program hitting AMD. Again, when you see this type of controlled selling in the market off of the open, usually it follows another down leg of similar nature. So again, this type of controlled selling, usually there's more that follows this. This is an institutional sell-off. Institutions executed a huge sell plan in the morning. Look at that tight sell range. There's a bigger dip. People still holding steady. Nvidia getting a little heavier here. Again, you are hitting some 15-minute chart support on SPY. You're sitting right on that EMA, but we've tested this level many different times today, which is why I think they could sell us into this 20-minute EMA here. That would be a nice area. Your next major support lies here. Come on, take us back down to the lows, S&P. Back down to the lows. AMD still moving down. Nvidia, heavy selling in Nvidia. Heavy selling in Nvidia. They're executing a sell plan in AMD. JP Morgan's chart is coming in pretty hard as well. Look at JP Morgan giving us the new low of day. Financials definitely under pressure. That's a pretty filthy JP Morgan topping tail if you ask me. Look at that nasty thing. Come on, keep us into the lows again. Take us lower, SPY. Reach the low of day, SPY. Take out that low, sweep that liquidity. A lot of volume sitting here. Nvidia catching a bounce. Microsoft trying to move higher. Microsoft back to the flat side. Bitcoin still down 0.5%. Crude oil still up 3.7% on WTI crude. Again, some pretty nasty financials chart, guys. Pretty nasty financial charts. Final 30 minutes of trading here. Meta down 1.5%. Pretty sharp decline on Meta today's session. AMD still looking pretty heavy into the close. UNH going lower on UNH. Tesla down 1%. Nvidia down 0.5%. Lucid getting slapped today, down 7.5%. QuantumScape, boom, spanked to the downside, 14% down. BBAI down 6.7%. Intel down 1.16%. Warner Brothers WBD getting hit to the downside. SMCI down 2% on the session. QQQ, IWM, and SPY are negative on the session. Qs are barely negative though, still holding majority of strength. Yields, 10-year yield is down sharply today on the session, 2% down on US 10-year yield. Microsoft barely negative on the tape. AMD still moving a little bit lower here. Trying to see some more downside. IWM down 0.55%. Come on, take out the lows on these indices. That would be ideal heading into FOMC, as if we get a nasty decline here into the close. That shapes us up for some nice 0 DTE opportunities tomorrow on the long side. FOMC, I love trading FOMC, so make sure you tune in. 2 p.m. interest rate decision. And then we have the 2:30 press conference. AMD still selling here into the close. UNH selling into the close. SoFi still seeing a little bit more distribution. Nvidia holding technical support, upsloping trend line on a 5-minute chart. Come on, just knife us through here. Knife us through here. Here we go, SPY. Just rip the band-aid off. Take us down. Take us down. Come on. Rip this band-aid off. Microsoft looking a little bit heavier here. IWM still seeing some liquidity to the downside. Volume is heavy here on SPY. There we go. Take us downtown. Breach this little neckline zone. Breach this little neckline zone. We are starting to see the markets make new lows on the session. We're seeing the S&P trying to take new lows. Come on, can we get a hard knife into the close? You are testing a little bit of a neckline zone here on SPY. A little bit of support here. Come on, give us lower. Give us lower. Rip the band-aid off. Take us downtown. Come on, SPY. You got more in you. Just end this market off on a negative note. Give us some really big downward flush. There it is, guys. Beautiful. SPY is flushing. SPY is flushing. Hitting the lower boundary support channel yet again. Those puts absolutely printed, guys. 634s. I'm going to hold them still. I'm not covering because we could get a nice knife down, a continuation move. Come on, you got more downside. Nvidia breaking down. IWM should take out the lows. I want Qs, I want IWM to take out the lows. Come on, give us another leg lower. 20-minute chart support is coming into play around the 634.30 zone. You can see people are trying to chase this 0 DTE. Markets are heavy here. Again, those 0 DTEs that we called out did print up over 100% on that dip. But I'm still holding. I want to see if we can get a really big decline here into the close. Probably should have taken profits there, but you know what? It is what it is. It's a small position. Let's see what we can turn it into if they really knife this market down. Bit of a buy the dip coming into play. Come on, give us the close below. Close us below that wick. AMD still heavy, Nvidia still heavy, Microsoft still coming in. Keep dumping us here into the close, guys. Keep dumping us. Can they get 634 0 DTEs in the money? Wow, we are printing at the lows here. SPY trying to still sweep some lows here. Near term getting a little oversold. Come on, one more little knife down. Beautiful, guys, beautiful. Look at that, guys. I am all out of my 0 DTEs, guys. I'm all out. Amazing sell there. Look at that decline, guys. 0 DTE puts absolutely printed. Huge trade there, guys. Huge trade. 634 0 DTEs from 9 cents, guys, to 25 cents there, guys. Huge move. Bang, bang. That's a nice little trade into the close there. I like that a lot. We are hitting 20-minute chart support here. So just understand that. There's a bit of support here on SPY. I'm all out, guys. Huge trade. I'll take that every day of the week, guys. Monster. Beautiful. Nice little trade there into the close, guys. Everyone had opportunity to catch that with us. Called out those Lotto 634 puts on SPY from 9 cents to 25 cents. Boom, boom. Beautiful. Stunning price action. We could still go lower, guys. There could still be more downside today. We could still hit the 633.55 target. So just under 175% on that trade. Nice job. Some days you're just on it. I don't know what I typed there. And we could still go a little bit lower, but take a look at what we bounced off of, guys. 20-minute EMA 1, 1, 3. Monster exponential moving average. That was a nice little trade. UNH still selling into the close here. IWM looks like it wants to take out the lows, so we could still go lower, guys. IWM hasn't swept the lows yet. Chances are they're going to take IWM to the lows of the session, guys. They're going to sweep these lows on IWM. That looks pretty high probable setup that they're going to sweep those lows on IWM, guys. And you can see it dripping here already. Starting to drip. Drip, drip, drip. And look at SoFi. SoFi still printing, guys. Beautiful. I really hope everyone was able to catch that 0DT trade with us on SPY. Will they take out the lows? Tesla down 1.22%. AMD still looking a little bit heavier here. Big bounce there on SPY, a really big bid there. That's why we took profits, just like that. Huge zone. Huge zone. Look at these IWM 222 0 DTEs. It's a super aggressive trade, but I still think they could sweep the IWM lows. Right now they're priced at 3 cents on the ask, 4 cents on the ask. Should I take these IWM 222s? 15 minutes left in the close? No, there's not enough time. Maybe there's enough time. I'm tempted. I'm so tempted to take IWM, guys. I'm so tempted to take 222 puts. Again, this is a lotto trade. I feel like they're going to sweep that low. An IWM, take it out. There's still enough time for it. Should I do it? Should take a 1 DT on SPY. I'm gonna... 14 minutes left here into the close. Will they take out the IWM lows? Ram saying we should take a 1 DTE. Probably is the better thing to do, for sure. Session. I was considering those lottos, but it's pretty much just gambling from trading the 0 DTs at this point. Not enough time, although you get a lot of big moves here into the close. I've made my money today on the day trading side, so I'm happy with how today's gone. We've caught some epic trades from SoFi to SPY puts to SPY calls to SPY puts. We've been pretty much everywhere in this market. So it's been a nice trading session for us, guys. It's been a really good day here. Appreciate all the support, everyone tuning in. Obviously, we still got a lot of earnings after the bell. The ones that I'm watching closely are Starbucks and Teladoc. I hold common shares long in Starbucks, so I'm hoping for a print and beat. But Starbucks, again, it's a half position long on common shares, Starbucks, so this is more of also a little bit of a longer term hold. I'm okay buying Starbucks here in the 90s. And if we go lower, I'll probably add on the earnings dip. But Starbucks pattern is still constructive. It's still putting in a bull flag on the daily, but it really hasn't been able to break out here. Perhaps this is setting up for a massive bull flag break. If it breaks down, we have levels below that will continue to accumulate. But I'm sitting at 91.40 common shares long Starbucks. So we'll see if we can get that to perk up for us. TDOC has not gone the way I expected it to. Just the pure weakness in healthcare has been just crazy. I mean, you're seeing such mega cap tech stocks like UNH just demolished. Novo Nordisk just demolished. So Teladoc, I'm still hopeful that this earnings print comes in positive and we get a nice pop into the $10 level, $9.50. We'll certainly be watching that name closely. Look at this UNH decline, guys. Nasty. Here comes the flush on IWM. New lows incoming. New lows incoming. Did anyone take those 222 zeros on IWM? It does look like new lows are incoming. Yikes. Filthy. UNH just getting absolutely demolished, guys. UNH is just nasty. Nasty today. Final 9 minutes here in the tape. SPY had that really big bounce, but we pretty much nailed that S&P 500 0 DTE trade into the close, guys. I mean, you can't ask for a bigger gain into the close than 175%. Catching this whole dip here, coming right into our target, where I say we got to watch out for. Look at that bounce, boom. So we'll see if they want to flush it down into the close a little more. You have recaptured a little bit of this bearish neckline on the S&P 500, but Nvidia is looking pretty heavy here. Nvidia looking quite heavy. Again, crude oil is going to be very interesting tomorrow, guys. We might have an epic trade in crude oil tomorrow. I've been calling out I wanted to short crude oil. I'm glad I stayed away because what a monster move on crude today. Look at that epic move. Huge, huge. So right now, so many people were piling in on the short side of crude. I said there's going to be a short, but remain patient. Look at this bear trap off of this daily chart candle, and they just absolutely ripped it in people's face here, guys. Such a dangerous commodity, crude. It's really crazy. Take SPY back down to the low. Take it down. IWM still holding just off of the lows. Just look at this SoFi. I mean, getting absolutely cooked here, guys. Still paying. Those 5 contracts could be up over 500% if we fill these gaps down here. I mean, what a filthy trade there on SoFi, guys. Everyone had opportunity to catch that. All right, so just to summarize things here, I'm going to be swinging my Nova Nordisk puts overnight. We have till the end of the week. It's risky because you are down so sharply. So if you're wanting to trim and take some profits here, by all means, or reduce some exposure, especially when you still have some extra earnings occurring in the healthcare market. But I'm going to look to press this Nova Nordisk lower. I still think we're going to go lower. You've had a massive bounce off of pre-market low, but I'm going to hold that a little bit lower on Nova Nordisk. Tomorrow's FOMC, so make sure you tune into the stream. We will be live trading it. There's a strategy that many people use, I've used, I probably will use on FOMC, that has a success rate of over 90%. And we'll discuss that tomorrow. So those are the types of trades and odds that you really want to put yourself in position for. 90% win rate in the market is amazing. Amazing. And we're going to still keep those 5 contracts running down on SoFi. I've trimmed 15 already. Wow. Contracts on the $23 puts on SoFi, guys, are $1.02. We picked them up at 23 cents. This is a monster. If this fills the gap, I don't even know what it's going to be up. We're up over 340%. There's a big level here on SoFi, your 10-minute EMA 113, but chances are, considering you've lost that opening range low, maybe you get a bounce tomorrow back to opening range low, but this should now fill its gap on SoFi. That is a nasty, and I mean a nasty daily topping tilt. You look at some of these charts, guys. JP Morgan, filthy reversal off of the highs. Citigroup, filthy reversal off of the highs. Nvidia right now getting knifed into the close. Obviously, it's still a positive day for SoFi. You have to give it that. But really some heavy reversals down in this market. And the big thing that I'm observing today, guys, is a bit of macro talk for you. The really big thing that we're seeing is small caps, Qs, and S&P down on the session today, as well as your yields. Your yields are dropping drastically, and the markets are down. So that is a bit of a concern, because you're having now an environment where typically the traditional 80-20 portfolio or 70-30 portfolio, typically what we haven't been seeing over the last couple of years is stocks have been ripping as yields are falling. Today, we're seeing stocks falling and yields falling. So bonds are starting to outperform. Why do bonds outperform? Typically a flight to safety in the market. Look at NVO, guys, dumping to the lows. Can they sweep the lows on NVO? Trading near the lows, back under 54 bucks. Beautiful. Beautiful job on NVO puts as well. Those are going right back down to the lows. Nvidia is absolutely knifing here into the close. Nice decline there on NVO. AMD still looking very, very heavy here into the close. Nvidia obviously looking very heavy here into the close. S&P still holding steady though. So the standout winner on the session today in terms of mega cap tech land is your Google. GOOGL pushing. AMD obviously still up a couple percent. Look at them knife UNH, guys. UNH is still... Sarfer is saying Starbucks might not report that well, I think. We'll see. We'll see. Well, there's always a risk in earnings. There's always a risk. I don't have a crystal ball on Starbucks. All I can do is tell us that we are trading a bullish daily chart pattern. Whether that daily chart pattern breaks out or fails today, we will certainly find out momentarily, guys. We will find out here in a few minutes on Starbucks. Let me see when Starbucks reports earnings. I know it's today, but roughly what time it is. Algoma Steel after the close, Allied Property, Arch Capital, that's at 4 o'clock, Avis is at 4 o'clock. Bookings holding at 4 o'clock. All right, guys, that's the market session. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate the support here. Please hit that like button on the way out if you made money with us. We called out several bangers on the day trade side. Pretty much every single day trade that we took today printed. Actually, every single day trade today that we called out printed to the high side. So nice trading with you all here on the live stream. I'm going to stay on for a couple of these earnings, see what type of a reaction we get on Mr. Starbucks. Let me close some of these indicators down. So we have bookings after hours, Starbucks. I'm just trying to figure out what time Starbucks is. Caesar, STZR. I'm going to go to my news feed. We're going to see some earnings start flying through here. All right, Avis ticker CAR has reported here. Earnings are coming out. What is the stock doing? Corvo earnings are out. QRVO. Avis right now not doing too much. Caesars is out. Oh my god, all these earnings just came out. Crazy. CZR. Let's look at that. Why isn't that changing? CZR. A little bit delayed here. Bookings holdings is out. Q2 EPS 55.40. You can see Caesar coming in. CZR dropping here, guys. Nice down move there on CZR. Let's big drop there. Big drop. Starbucks is getting some wicks here. Let's look at BKNG bookings, and I'll take a peek at Visa. I think Visa is probably at 405. Yeah, bookings coming in as well. BKNG coming down. I hate the booking stock. Even the company. I've had some horrible experiences with booking when I've hosted some of my short-term rentals. Filthy company. Filthy company. They run a immigration visa scam. People use their company for scams to get visas. It's crazy. I went through this whole big debacle with them. It was disgusting. Alright, bookings. I hope they crash and burn. I'm just being spiteful. Let's look at QRVO. Corvo. Big pump up on Corvo. Spiking to the high side. Big push there. Look at that spike up on QRVO. Logitech is also a double beat. LOGI coming in. We still have Marathon Digital. We still have Teladoc. TDOC seeing a little bit of positive strength here in the pre-market. Logitech coming in a little bit. Maybe a close one of these indicators. Let's look at TDOC. Booking sees fiscal revenue 2024 revenue growth in low double digits. TDOC trying to bounce a little bit. Visa still an important one to report. Come on, Starbucks. What is Starbucks gonna do? Up, down, sideways? Oh, there goes Starbucks. There goes Starbucks. Starbucks seeing some liquidity to the downside. Yikes. Yikes. Is it a fake liquidity grab? Are they grabbing that liquidity? Look at EA dumping as well. Seagate is out as well. Ticker STX. You're getting a lot of companies hitting the tape here. 405 is a big time frame. God, I can't even keep up with this news feed. This earnings news feed is just a monster. Look at Seagate STX getting knifed down on the session. PPG. Teladoc Health is out as well. Q2 revenue 631.9 million. It is a loss on TDOC. What is the stock doing after the bell? I'm scared to look at TDOC. Starbucks getting gobbled right back up. TDOC holding strength. Look at the reversal on Starbucks. Come on. Give us a big push. TDOC trying to firm up here, guys. Oh my goodness. Trying to find the Starbucks earnings. All right. Starbucks. Trying to find it here. EPS 50 cents. Blah 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 blah. So good reaction on Teladoc so far, guys. That is up 8% here in the pre-market, or sorry, the after hours. Teladoc moving nicely in the after hours. That is good to see. Starbucks is trying to hold steady. Starbucks Q3 adjusted EPS 50 cents, adjusted operating margin 10.1%, EPS 49 cents, global comparative sales down 2% on Starbucks, blah, 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 blah. So far the reaction is basically flat, but positive. Good reversal back up on Starbucks. Let's see how much Teladoc can pump. Teladoc could pump here, guys. TDOC could pump. Visa, let's take a look at Visa. The big Visa. Boom, look at that crazy, crazy move. Visa double beat. Q3 revenue, 10.2 billion. Estimate was 9.84 billion. Q3 net income, 5.3 billion. Adjusted net income, 5.8 billion. Estimate was 5.57 billion. Good double beat for Visa. Reaction to the downside. Drop it lower. So far, Teladoc holding steady, up 6% on TDOC. Visa posting a double beat, but seeing a negative reaction. Pump it, Starbucks. Come on. Starbucks, big wick down, trying to go positive here. Starbucks, even if Starbucks stays flat, guys, that would be a good report. Nice drop on Visa, guys. I hope that this stock stays weak because we will have a day trade long tomorrow on Visa and a day trade short. I like it. I like it a lot. Starbucks goes green. Bang, bang. Starbucks flipping green, guys. Can it build off of this momentum? Punch it to the high side. Come on, Starbucks. Starbucks posts steeper than expected drop in global sales, but yet it's still trying to turn positive. Starbucks opened 300 net new stores in Q3. 308 new stores. Wow. So Starbucks Q3 revenue 9.5 billion. It's a beat on Rev. IBS estimate 9.3 billion. So beating on the revenue side, Starbucks. But it looks like a slight miss on the EPS. So yeah, they beat on revenue, missed on EPS, but that's okay. And if they've expanded another 308 stores, that's pretty decent. Starbucks files 8K operations and financial, blah, 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 blah. Teladoc's Q2 loss of 32.7 million, and so far it's holding steady. Drop that Visa. Drop that Visa. Give me that black card, Visa. Starbucks still staying firm. Look at booking. Some of your big boys, they're falling here, guys. Let's pump up Teladoc tomorrow, guys. We need this to make a bullish recovery. It is falling from the highs, but if TDOC can stay positive here in the after hours, right now it's up about 6.2%. We should look for a continuation move tomorrow. This could be a high short interest squeeze name. Starbucks, we are long common shares off the 91.48, so I do not mind seeing this one trying to firm up here. Anyways, guys, that is the action for the tape. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, tomorrow we have FOMC. We have a crazy amount of economic data at 8:15, 8:30 a.m., 10 a.m., 10:30, and everything else in between. 2 p.m., big interest rate decision. 2:30, we'll have the Powell press conference. Other than that, we will see you later on the charts. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Hopefully you banked with us. A lot of epic trades were called out today. I'm exhausted.